Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning and welcome everyone. My name is Renata Maron. Welcome to the third day of the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum. During this special online edition, the main topic is The Future is Now. And to make sure you make the most out of this experience, make sure you choose the language you prefer as you join our platform. For today, we're going to debate a question. Food safety. Is that a strategic partnership between Brazil and the Arab world? But before we start, I would like to voice my thanks to our sponsors. Thank you to BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kaizad, Neom Trade, Qualita Group, and TradeLink. And make sure you take a look at our virtual trade show. On our platform, you'll be able to talk to different companies and think of new opportunities to establish trade and institutional relations among countries. Now let's learn a bit more about our sponsors.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualita Group. Qualita Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualita Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Fórum Econômico.
The Arab Brazilian Economic Forum starts now.
Cada manhã, com a disposição e a certeza de que faremos sempre o melhor. Essa história começa há mais de um século com o início da imigração árabe para o Brasil, quando desembarcamos por estas terras cheios de sonhos e muita disposição para o trabalho. Trabalho esse que, pautado por muito esforço, excelência e ética, se transformou em uma das maiores características comerciais do povo árabe no Brasil e no mundo. Oriundo de muitas nações, nosso povo encontrou no país um lar e nele passou por transformações que incutiram na cultura brasileira nosso jeito, nossos costumes e nossa inegável vontade de prosperar. Deste movimento nasce a Câmara de Comércio Árabe Brasileira, uma instituição alicerçada pelos valores de uma das culturas mais ricas e celebradas. Dispostos a honrar nossas tradições e os 23 países participantes de nosso grupo, nos transformamos rapidamente em um hub de negócios focado em desenvolvimento e inovação. Assim, colocamos um pé no futuro de maneira efetiva e dispostos a transformar as relações comerciais por onde passamos, transformando ideias em oportunidades, sempre com responsabilidade e arrojo. Criamos uma rede moderna capaz de levar nosso know-how para além das fronteiras do mundo árabe, levando excelência e tecnologia por onde passamos, sempre pautados em nosso propósito de conectar brasileiros e árabes para promover o desenvolvimento econômico, social e cultural, sempre em convergência com nossos maiores valores: ética, inovação, liderança, confiança, comprometimento e competência. Bem-vindos à edição 2020 do Fórum Econômico Brasil e Países Árabes. A construção do futuro começa agora.
I would like to invite to say a few words for our opening session the VP of Foreign Trade from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rui Carlos Cury. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, it is a great honor to welcome you all here to the third day of the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum 2020. We're going to talk about a pivotal topic today: having closer relationships and partnerships with the Arab League in terms of food safety. Brazil plays a pivotal role in terms of supplying food to 420 million people that live in the 22 countries of the Arab League. We supply around 50% of food consumed in these countries, and in some countries, this number goes up all the way to 80%. And therefore, Brazil has a major responsibility in that regard. We want to make sure thousands of people in the Arab world have access to high-quality food, healthy food, and food that is produced under a manufacturing process that respects the beliefs of the Islam. I'm talking about halal certificate food. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has posed great challenges upon us. Some food supply chains have faced lack of availability. In some situations, because of the lack of refrigerated containers, some shippings were delayed, but we managed to solve this problem. Despite the fluctuation in availability, there was not lack of supply, which comes to show how solid and robust the Brazilian agribusiness is and how strong the trade partnership between Brazil and Arab countries is, and how willing both regions are in terms of cooperating with each other. Aside from that, the pandemic made it clear that we have to have even closer relationships between Brazil and Arab countries. In the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, we have worked hard over the past years to provide more transparency and visibility to existing opportunities in the Arab world so that we can come up with strategic partnerships in terms of food supply. We have advocated so as to create direct logistic lines between Brazil and Arab countries. That would make access to food and Brazilian products easier. At the same time, we would increase the level of trade between these two regions too. Another important initiative from our institution is to support Brazilian companies who are interested in investing in Arab countries. Arab countries are now being recognized, and Brazilians understand how important their consumer markets is. We are sure that we can do so much more. And we are now creating new tools so that we can further develop and promote trade and food security between Brazil and Arab countries. That is how we're going to face the challenges and make sure we strengthen the partnership between Brazil and Arab countries. And we are sure this event will help us further understand and debate all those topics I mentioned. And I'm sure we are going to meet those goals. Today, we are going to hear from His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply from Brazil, Ms. Teresa Cristina. Great, thank you very much. Thank you for opening our third session of the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum. Today, we'll be talking about food safety. With that, I would like to hand the floor over to His Excellency, the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply from Brazil, Ms. Teresa Cristina. It is my honor to be part of the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum.
Alimentar dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, Marian Almeir. Tenho grande satisfação em estar aqui hoje nesta edição do Fórum Econômico Brasil-Países Árabes. É sempre importante trocar informações sobre o relacionamento do Brasil com esse grupo de países tão estratégico para a nossa agricultura e pecuária. O tema desta edição do Fórum, O Futuro é Agora, não poderia ser mais ao recordarmos que o futuro é formado pelas ações que tomamos no presente, sublinha a importância do momento em que vivemos. A retomada econômica do pós-Covid se apresenta como oportunidade singular de orientar nossas economias em direção ao desenvolvimento sustentável. No campo da agricultura, essa transformação ganha ainda mais relevância.
This transformation becomes increasingly relevant. The COVID-19 pandemic took us to the limits of our sanitation and supply systems. It made clear how interdependent healthcare and food initiatives are. Consumers now want safer food, and they want to make sure they know all about the supply chain. Agricultural systems that are sustainable and resilient will be essential so that we can make sure food is healthy. We need a comprehensive approach towards supply chain and take into account risks to human health. We also have to consider social, economic, and environmental aspects. We will also need to increase cooperation and international trade as ways to cater to the ever-growing demand for food all around the globe and strengthen food safety and security all around the world. That is when the strategic partnership between Brazil and Arab countries become even more important. And we think these two economies may add to each other. In Brazil, we have supplied agriculture products for a long time to Arab countries. We are the greatest exporter of halal protein all over the world. We managed to cater to the demands of Arab countries since we know these markets pretty well. So we believe there is a great untapped potential so that we can keep on growing in agriculture trade with these countries, focusing on quality and food safety. In terms of Brazilian exports, aside from the growth of sales in the traditional products such as sugar, beef, and soybeans, we believe that we can further increase supplying products such as cotton, cocoa, fruit, and dried fruit. Regarding Brazilian imports that are on the rise, I want to highlight the important role played by fish, horticultural products, and fruits and vegetables. Last year, I had the opportunity of visiting Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE. And Minister Marianne welcomed me warmly, and I'd like to greet her especially today. During this trip, I managed to see that there are many opportunities to increase investments on both ends. There may be investments in infrastructure in Brazil, and Brazilian companies could be taken to Arab countries. I want to reestablish international contact in person as soon as possible so that we can have even closer relationships, so that we can seize the opportunities of expansion. We need to increase dynamic relationships, open markets, and work closely. This relationship needs to be based on trust and long-term visions. That is how we can make sure we cater to food safety demands. During the pandemic, Brazil showed that it can abide by international standards. Even in moments of crisis, we managed to consolidate our position as the global supplier of high-quality food at competitive prices, considering high standards. On behalf of the Brazilian productive industry and supply chain, I would like to reinforce our commitment towards developing a solid partnership with Arab countries. You can count on us as a stable and reliable partner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of State and Food Safety from the UAE, Ms. Mariam bint Mohammed Al Mekhairi. The floor is yours.
It is a pleasure to be able to speak to you today about food security cooperation between Brazil and the UAE, a subject that has taken on renewed importance in light of the current global situation. I would like to extend a special acknowledgement to His Excellency Jair Bolsonaro, President of Brazil, Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce President Rubens Hanoun, Arab League Secretary General Ahmed Aboul Ghaid, Nobel Peace Prize winner Ouidid Bouchamaoui of Tunisia, and Sheikha Hissa Saad, President of the Council of Arab Businesswomen, as well as all the other prominent figures who are joining us for this virtual event. Your Excellencies and dignitaries, thank you for taking time to be with us today. The food security partnership between Brazil and the UAE is one that has grown over the years, with Brazil's food exports helping to support the UAE's rapid economic takeoff and expansion. The close ties we have nurtured on many different levels have led to a robust economic relationship between our two countries, especially when it comes to food, with the staples of sugar and poultry being the UAE's major imports from Brazil. Additionally, the UAE acts as a hub for export and re-export of Brazilian food to link food producers and consumers. Looking at trade going the other way, the UAE supports Brazil's agricultural sector by being a significant exporter of fertilizer to the country. The statistics reveal how important Brazil's food production is to the global food security and the GCC region. In the first half of 2019, food imports from Brazil amounted to $842 million, a figure that represents 10.3% from the total value of all imports. In terms of volume, the UAE imported almost 715,000 tons of food from Brazil during this time, a figure that equates to 9.1% of the total volume of imported goods. And it's not just trade between Brazil that is responsible for meeting the food security targets. The UAE consistently ranks in the top 10% of countries for ease of doing business with the amenable business and regulatory environment that the country promotes, leading to many Brazilian businesses setting up operations here. One such company is BRF, one of the largest food companies in the world. BRF's meat processing plant in Khalifa Industrial Zone, Abu Dhabi, is the largest of such plants in the Middle East. Processing industries is critical as it provides the opportunity to innovate new approaches to reserve food, provides value addition, and ensure proper integration between producers and downstream business activities. Of course, COVID-19 looms large in any discussion about food security. The pandemic has changed the game by exposing the vulnerabilities of global food supply chains and, in the process, created a new emphasis on boosting domestic food production. The pandemic has seen Brazil and the UAE further demonstrate the strength of their ties in the wake of the pandemic, with the two countries agreeing at a G20 meeting in September this year to work in solidarity to ensure minimal impact of COVID-19 on global food security. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the challenges created by the coronavirus pandemic nevertheless have a silver lining in the form of new opportunities and emerging.
Pois é, a gente...
Great. We are going to play the video once again because we had an issue with translation. So let's play the video once again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be able to see you today about food security cooperation between Brazil and the UAE, a subject that has taken on renewed importance in light of the current global situation. I would like to extend a special acknowledgement to His Excellency Jair Bolsonaro, President of Brazil, Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce President Rubens Hanoun, Arab League Secretary General Ahmed Aboul Ghaid, Nobel Peace Prize winner Ouidid Bouchamaoui of Tunisia, and Sheikh Hissa Saad, President of the Council of Arab Businesswomen, as well as all the other prominent figures who are joining us for this virtual event. Your Excellencies and dignitaries, thank you for taking time to be with us today. The food security partnership between Brazil and the UAE is one that has grown over the years, with Brazil's food exports helping to support the UAE's rapid economic takeoff and expansion. The close ties we have nurtured on many different levels have led to a robust economic relationship between our two countries, especially when it comes to food, with the staples of sugar and poultry being the UAE's major imports from Brazil. Additionally, the UAE acts as a hub for export and re-export of Brazilian food to link food producers and consumers. Looking at trade going the other way, the UAE supports Brazil's agricultural sector by being a significant exporter of fertilizer to the country. The statistics reveal how important Brazil's food production is to the global food security and the GCC region. In the first half of 2019, food imports from Brazil amounted to $842 million, a figure that represents 10.3% from the total value of all imports. In terms of volume, the UAE imported almost 715,000 tons of food from Brazil during this time, a figure that equates to 9.1% of the total volume of imported goods. And it's not just trade between Brazil that is responsible for meeting the food security targets. The UAE consistently ranks in the top 10% of countries for ease of doing business with the amenable business and regulatory environment that the country promotes, leading to many Brazilian businesses setting up operations here. One such company is BRF, one of the largest food companies in the world. BRF's meat processing plant in Khalifa Industrial Zone, Abu Dhabi, is the largest of such plants in the Middle East. Processing industries is critical as it provides the opportunity to innovate new approaches to reserve food, provides value addition, and ensure proper integration between producers and downstream business activities. Of course, COVID-19 looms large in any discussion about food security. The pandemic has changed the game by exposing the vulnerabilities of global food supply chains and in the process created a new emphasis on boosting domestic food production. The pandemic has seen Brazil and the UAE further demonstrate the strength of their ties in the wake of the pandemic, with the two countries agreeing at a G20 meeting in September this year to work in solidarity to ensure minimal impact of COVID-19 on global food security. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the challenges created by the coronavirus pandemic nevertheless have a silver lining in the form of new opportunities in emerging areas of food security. Agricultural technology, also known as AgTech, is one such area of promise. The UAE's National Food Security Strategy targets a 30% yield improvement from a technology-enabled production with a long-term aim for the country to be a world-leading hub in innovation-driven food security. The global pandemic has added a new motivation to this direction. Similarly, AgTech is becoming an increasingly important component of Brazil's agricultural sector, with the restrictions on movement imposed because of COVID-19 accelerating developments in this area. This is opening up a wealth of opportunities for collaboration and cooperation between Brazil and the UAE in the form of sharing of knowledge and resources in the existing sphere of AgTech, taking tangible steps in promoting knowledge and sharing experiences in the AgTech industry. A dedicated team from the Brazilian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, Embrapa, was hosted here last year. One of the agreed outcomes was to establish a joint research program in the livestock sector with Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority utilizing their research centers. The AgTech sector is one where entrepreneurship thrives, with cutting-edge technology being utilized by dynamic startups to disrupt traditional systems. This is good news for startups in the UAE, with the country heading the 2020 Arab Entrepreneurship Maturity Index. It also offers huge scope for Brazil, with data published this year revealing about 23.3% of Brazil's national adult population involved in early-stage entrepreneurial activity. We are being presented with an unprecedented opportunity to harness this potential. We should use the coming months to further our existing strong ties by creating AgTech platforms where we can combine our growing knowledge and expertise in this promising sector. What is needed is a concerted drive to create business incubators that can grow viable AgTech propositions and enable them to take root and then bloom. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that history will show that COVID-19 was the disruptor that the world required to create a transformative shift in food systems needed for us to reach our Sustainable Development Goal of zero hunger by 2030. Brazil and the UAE have the chance to work together in this direction and build on their strong relationship to forge a new paradigm shift in food security that has AgTech at its core. Let's not waste this opportunity. Thank you and stay safe.
Excelentes palavras, então, da
Fantastic
ministra.
words from Minister Mariam bin Mohammed Al Mahiri. We will hear now the State Secretary of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply from Minas Gerais, Ms. Ana Maria Soares Valentini. Welcome. Good morning to you, ma'am. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity of being here right now. I'd like to begin by greeting Dr. Hoikuri, who came before me. Also want to greet Her Excellencies, Madam Teresa Cristina and Maria. To me, this opportunity is a great honor. I am sure that this event
will straighten the ties between Brazil and the countries of the Arab League. Minas Gerais can contribute with food safety and security of the Arab world. We have the most diversified agriculture in Brazil. Our Statistics Institute, IBGE, considers 63 food products that are cultivated in Minas Gerais, and we produce 50 out of those 63 here. We are the first in the country of producing coffee, potato, garlic, strawberry, and eucalyptus with our major forest areas. We are second in the production of beans, orange, lime, avocado, tangerine, and sorghum, and also banana, tomato, sugarcane, and onion. And our livestock is also extremely significant. We have the first in ranking of milk production in the country with volumes of 8.9 billion liters a year. Our bovine livestock is in third place with 23 million animals. We have the largest also number of equines in the country. We are great producers of eggs and chicken. The gross value of our production should reach 87 billion reais in 2020, with the estimated growth of 21.9% compared to the same period in 2019. In 2020, our exports have grown 9.2% compared to the same period in 2019, reaching the figure of $6.42 billion. Exports from the Minas Gerais agribusiness corresponded to 34% of total exports from the state of Minas Gerais over the year of 2020, with a special highlight to exports of dairy products that have grown 21% this year. Our products have been sent to 168 countries. And to the Arab League countries in 2019, we exported 1.2 billion tons, totaling $519 million. The key products that Minas sent to the Arab League countries were sugar, meats, coffee, and cereals. And we also have great potential to increase our production sustainably. Just for you to have a picture, Minas Gerais is 58.9 million hectares. We are almost the size of France. Our grasslands take place of 30% of our territory, 5.7% for grains, and coffee, our best known product, takes only 1.7% of our land. We also have significant production of sugarcane, which takes only 1.5% of our land. Our planted forests take 2.6%, and our native vegetation takes 33% of our state's land. In Minas Gerais, we have well-established environmental legislation. All of the farms need to have environmental licensing, and we also have several programs focused on sustainability from the Secretariat of Agriculture. We have a significant tool, which is environmental production, and it applies to all productive areas in the state, so that the production potential of that ecosystem, of that land, of that climate, rain conditions, may be properly analyzed and decided what the best crop is for the soil. And to support all of this thriving production of our state, in the Agriculture Secretariat, we have some companies that support us. We have a technical support company, which is Emater. They are present in almost 800 municipalities of the state. Our company in 2019 took technical support to over 390,000 small growers and producers, making it possible for all of them to improve their crop production and the quality of life out in the farm. We also have EPAMIG, our livestock research institute for 43 years, developing incredible research, helping agriculture throughout the entire state. And we also have our IMA, the Minas Gerais Livestock Institute, responsible for the quality of the elements that are produced in our state. In Minas Gerais, we have very traditional research institutes in the development of ag business, a special highlight for the dairy industry. We've got Candid Tosh Institute, over 85 years developing research in that industry. And so with that, Minas Gerais is known as the state that produces the best cheeses in the country. That is part of our soul, of our identity in the state as cheese producers. Besides our excellent industrialized products, we also have a highlight for crafted handmade products, considering that last year, in an international cheese award, Minas Gerais took 50 awards of our crafted cheeses. We are working hard to improve the quality of these products so that they can be taken and tasted throughout the entire world. In Minas Gerais, we also have renowned and important public universities with several programs in the ag sector that help in the agricultural development of our state. We also have a private sector that is well organized in solid co-ops with associations and unions in partnership with the government support this entire movement of agriculture in our state. In Brazil, in Minas Gerais, we have many natural resources. I have no doubt that Brazil is the country that is best positioned for food production due to abundant soil resources, water, climate. Minas Gerais is known as the well of Brazil, of the Amazon basin. The most important rivers have their spring in the state of Minas Gerais. Therefore, we have important programs in the area of recovery of hydro basins, restoration of degraded areas, and also in new technologies in agriculture as integration with livestock. A lot of grasslands are being renewed with the production of grains, and that also brings more sustainability to all production processes. Thus, I am hopeful that we can all sit around the table, government, producers, foreign leaders, Brazilian government, environmentalists, and to have a project so that the production of food in Brazil is ever more sustainable and that it might and may bring great benefits to all of us. In Minas Gerais, our agriculture is based on small family holdings. We are over 600,000 producers. Just for you to have a picture, only for the coffee crop, which is our highest export, we have 140,000 producers in the state. Therefore, 123,000 are small growers. That helps in wealth distribution and for families to live with dignity in the farm and reducing the moving over to the cities. So we also support family agriculture in our state. Minas Gerais is here, ready to increase its food production, to straighten its ties to the Arab world, and to increase our exports over to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have been here. I also greet all of the other panelists that are coming to the forum right after me. Thank you so much. We thank you, Madam Secretary. It's fantastic when you highlight the leadership, well-known leadership with coffee, potato, strawberry, but more than that, native vegetation that is well protected. So 33% of your land is protected for forestation. We can see that we can bring together agricultural production and sustainability. Thank you so much, and until next time. Thank you. Thank you. Now I invite all of you to watch a vignette that makes it more clear. Our topic of the day, food safety and security, a strategic partnership between Brazil and the Arab world. Let's...
Então, para aprofundarmos.
So, to deepen this topic, we invite now the president of the Brazilian company of research, Mr. Celso Moretti, president of the Brazilian Agriculture and Livestock Research Institute. Good morning. It's a pleasure to share the day with you, sir. Welcome. Good morning, Renata. It's a pleasure being here with you to participate of the Arab-Brazilian Brazil and Arab Countries Economic Forum.
It's a pleasure for us from Embrapa to be here today and to participate in the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum. I have a short presentation, so if you can load the presentation, please. Okay, very well. Okay, so during the next 15 minutes or so, my idea is to show how research, development, and innovation made a huge impact in food safety, food security, and innovation in Brazil. Embrapa is a public institution linked to the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Food Supply. And I was glad to hear our Minister, Teresa Cristina, delivering her message to everyone here today. And if I have the next slide, please. Okay, so during this next 15 minutes, I will be touching in these different topics here. So the first one is how agriculture in Brazil was able to challenge the tropics. And you're going to see that our country is basically located at the tropical belt of the world. How Brazil managed using science and technology to develop a science-based tropical agriculture, and that allowed us to produce food to ensure food security and food safety for the products for our population, as well for to export to other countries. I also would like to mention how sustainability is driving Brazilian agriculture during the last 20 to 30 years, and many change that we did in the country in terms of legislation, in terms of technology, and then we can say that the agriculture that we do in Brazil is a sustainable agriculture. And then I also would like to address some future perspectives, mainly after the COVID-19 pandemic, how we're going to see some trends in our perspective, in our opinion. Next slide, please. So as you can see, most of our territory is located in the tropical belt of the world. So on one hand, we have light, and we have sunlight, and we have temperatures that are adequate for agriculture in Brazil. We don't have snow most of our country as we are located in the tropics. But on the other hand, being located in the tropical belt of the region poses many challenges. We have pressure of pests and diseases, and our soil loses its quality throughout the years, lost its quality throughout the years. So these are the challenges that we faced to produce food, fiber, and bioenergy in Brazil during the last 5 decades. Next slide, please. So back in the 70s, Brazil was known as a food insecure country, if you can imagine that. We had a constant food supply crisis. We basically imported everything that we ate in the country. We imported meat from Europe. We imported milk from the US. We imported beans from Mexico. We had at that time a widespread rural poverty, and Brazil was only known as a coffee and sugar producer. So that was the situation that we had at that time in Brazil. Next. Next. And because we invested in science and technology in 5 decades, actually in less than 5 decades, Brazil was able to establish a science-based, tropical, sustainable, and competitive agriculture that has no parallel in the tropical world. Next. So we were able to establish a robust research and innovation system. So this is Embrapa, the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation. We have 43 research centers distributed in all over Brazil. We work in different areas, like on commodities. We have breeding programs for soybean, for beef cattle, milk cattle, sheep and goats, and we visit 3 times the United Arab Emirates, and the last visit was this January, and we saw that we have many possibilities of cooperation with UAE in different areas. We have 78 breeding programs. We have platforms of cooperation in the United States, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. So this is Embrapa, a public institution that was established back in 1973 that played a key role on developing technology to perform a radical change in food security and food safety in Brazil. Next, please. So this is one picture of one of our research centers, Embrapa Agroforestry Research Center, that is located in the state of Mato Grosso, and they are dedicated to an integration of a crop, livestock, and forestry system, integrated system. Next, please. So we, during these last 5 decades, I can say that we have many agricultural revolutions, and I'm going to address basically 2 agricultural revolutions that we faced in Brazil during these last 5 decades. Next, please. We were able, as I mentioned previously, we were able to develop a science-based tropical agriculture. So public research, and that's very important. Having public research in Brazil allowed us to make this huge transformation in food security and food safety in Brazil. So public research worked as a track cleaning car for the private sector. And if I can summarize what happened in Brazil, I would summarize in 3 different pillars. On the first pillar to the left, we transform acidic poor soils into fertile land. That basically happened in the Cerrado region. We also tropicalized crops and animals production systems. So we brought cattle from India, from Europe, we adapted to the tropics. We brought soybean from China, we brought wheat from other parts of the world, and we adapted these animals and these plants to the tropics. And third, we developed a platform of sustainable practices. So nitrogen, biological fixation, biological control. We implemented good agricultural practices, hazard analysis and critical control points, and traceability, which allowed us to advance in food safety and many other practices. Yeah, you can move forward, please. Next, yes. So using this technology, now we are bringing wheat. We brought corn to the tropics, and now we are bringing wheat to the tropics through technology. So we are producing wheat in the tropical region around Brasilia, in the heart of Brazil. We are talking of 15 degrees south latitude. And so Brazil can be self-sufficient in wheat using this technology. Next. This is a technology where we use bacteria to sequestrate nitrogen from the atmosphere and deliver to the crop. So biological nitrogen fixation is a technology used in soybean production, in 35 million hectares of soybean production. And last year, using this bioproduct, the bacteria, we saved around $4 billion in 1 year, and we didn't produce 100 million tons of CO2 equivalent because of this technology. Next. It's very important to show that in the basis of this science-based tropical agriculture, we have genetics, and then we have a genetic bank. We have the 5th largest genetic bank in the world. We have more than 112,000 accessions of 103 species. The capacity that we have here to store is over 700,000 samples. It's a matter of national security, That's a picture of Her Excellency Minister Marian Al-Mahidi when she visited us January 2019, and she had a chance to visit the genetic bank. So when we talk about food security, when we talk about water security and food safety, it's very important to have, a genetic bank that can provide the information and variability of genes to ensure food security for your country and for the world. Next. It's always important to say that partnerships are key for success. So last January we visited UAE and I had a chance to be with Dr. Ismahan Elouf. She's the head of ICBA, International Center of Biosaline Agriculture, and we signed an agreement with ICBA. And we also had a chance to visit Mr. Saeed. Previous, please. Yes, and we also had a chance to visit Mr. Saeed Al Ameri, the head of DAFSA, which is an institution that we are also establishing a partnership. Next. So going to the last part of my presentation, just want to touch in some items here showing that sustainability is driving agriculture in Brazil. So as you can see, the river banks in Brazil are protected with vegetation. Next. Yes, because of the legislation and the forestry code, now you see wildlife coming back to the field. So this is a soybean field in Mato Grosso. You can see Emma's hunting. Next. Technology also protects the soil. So no tillage technology that we use, that Embrapa developed to protect the soil, to incorporate carbon and save water. So this contributes to the sustainability of the Brazilian agriculture. Next. So integrated systems that we are using now, crop, livestock, and forestry. This is a sustainable intensification that is also driving agriculture in Brazil. Next. And then that's why the legislation and the protection of the environment. So after we did this study, we have the information that Brazil, 2/3 of its territory is dedicated to either preservation or protection of native vegetation. This is an information produced by growers, and it was studied here shown in this slide that Brazil is currently protecting 2/3 of its territory. Next. And every farmer has to protect a part of his farm. And when you sum up all the areas that we have inside the farm that are dedicated to protection, we have around 25% of the country protected inside the farms, according to this also this study. Next. Integrated crop, livestock, and forestry system is really so it's a system where you have the cattle, you have grass, and you have the forest, and that allowed us next to develop a new concept. Next. So that allowed us to develop a new concept called carbon neutral food. So this is carbon neutral beef. So the amount of carbon that is released by the cattle is sequestrated or neutralized by the plant system, by the forest, and trapped by the soil. So we are already marketing this brand in Brazil, the carbon neutral beef. And so besides food security, besides food safety, this is another issue that we are working really hard in Brazil, that is to reduce our carbon print in Brazilian agriculture. Next. So now going to the end of my presentation, some future perspectives. Next slide, please. So this is the world in 2030. Next, we are going to have to see many change in terms of population. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. Go back. Okay, so we are going to see a change in the population, in urbanization, in longevity, consumption patterns. So what means that in the 2030, it's forecasted that we are going to need 35% more food, 40% more energy, and 50% more water. And I have no doubt that only with science and technology we are going to tackle and we are going to be able to feed more than 8.3 billion people in the world. So next slide, please. So Brazil and Embrapa, we developed a study called the Future of Brazilian Agriculture, called Vision 2030, where we studied the tendencies and the mega tendencies that we're going to have until 2030. Next. And so we need to focus on agriculture as it's having a multifunctional nature. So we are not going to look into agriculture thinking about food, fiber, and bioenergy, but we need to be concerned about food nutrition, also food nutrition and health, production of biomass, biomaterials, and green chemistry, agroforestry, environmental and ecosystem services, and of course, as Her Excellency Minister Marian mentioned, the Sustainable Development Goals are part of our objective to reach 2030 in a sustainable way. Next, please. So these are some steps, and then you can go all the way to the end. You can click and go. Please, next. These are the steps to 2030. Next, yeah, go, yeah, two more, yeah. Okay, so genome editing, risk management, bioeconomy, sustainable intensification, agriculture, digital agriculture, study of microbiomes, and technology convergence are steps that we need to take to 2030. Next slide, please. And I have no doubt that after the COVID-19 pandemic, we have different concepts that must be enforced. Human health, food safety, which is the main focus of our discussion today. So having good agricultural practices, having good manufacturing practices, having HACCP systems implemented, traceability, and food security, and environmental health produces another concept that we are calling One Health. So food chains and food systems all over the world must really focus on this concept of One Health, so we can provide food security and food safety for many countries in the world. And next slide, please. And with this, I would like to thank you once again for the invitation to be here today and to participate in the Brazil and Arab countries economic forum. It was a really pleasure. Here is our contact. I would be more than glad to be with you and partner with you in the near future. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, presidente Celso Moretti, que trouxe importantes explicações aqui para nós, como essa revolução, né, presidente, nas últimas 5 décadas de país importador para exportador, levando segurança alimentar, os projetos feitos ao longo e durante as
food safety. All the projects that were created during the pandemic and the innovation taking wheat to central Brazil helped us become self-sufficient. And we know that the future will be challenging. And that's why we'll need research institutions and science. And it's great to see that in Brazil we can do even further to face the future challenges. Thank you for such important lessons on food safety, food security, and sustainability. These are fundamental pillars to make sure we achieve our strategic vision. Thank you very much and see you next time, Mr. President of Embrapa. Thank you, Renata.
To be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we are going to hear from the director at the National Institute of Agronomic Research, Mr. Fauzi Bekawi from Morocco. The floor is yours, sir. Good morning and welcome.
Hello. And thank you for the invitation. I might have my presentation. Thank you. So I'll be presenting to you. I have a very strong feedback. Just a second, if you don't mind going back. Okay. Go back to the. So the National Institute of Agriculture Research of Morocco is committed to resilient, sustainable, and competitive agriculture for addressing food security challenge. Some of our programs actually is very similar to Embrapa that Dr. Moretti has presented, and I will go over some of our program dealing more specifically with food security. May I have the next slide, please? So INRA's area of action in this domain concern different activities dealing with plant genetic improvement, adopting flexible and adaptive farming systems, supporting spatial sectors in fragile areas, assisting cooperative in food processing field, supporting public policies through decision-making, aid tools, and rehabilitation of degraded agricultural and pastoral lands. Next slide, please. So the INRA, as Embrapa, is also a publicly body under the auspice of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery, Rural Development, Water and Forests. Our mission is to participate in the sustainable development of Moroccan agriculture and the conservation of natural resources, water, soil, and biodiversity. We do this by producing knowledge and technology related to anticipating the future of Moroccan agriculture and to propose practical solutions to adapt to climate change and mitigate their intensity. Next slide, please. So the INRA has 650 employees, and we are present in 10 centers all over Morocco, focusing on different areas of crop and animal improvement related to agriculture. So we work on improvement on conservation of plant genetic resources, environment, natural resources, agronomy, agricultural machinery, plant protection, animal productions, food technology, processing and quality, rural economic and sociology and technology transfer. We have also various research units focusing on some of these areas, and we have 23 research stations all over Morocco, represent a different environment, going from the Mediterranean area to the south of Morocco, in Laayoune, for example, where we focus on desert agriculture. On the mountain side, we have research stations in the Atlas Mountains. We have other research stations in the area of the Atlantic regions, covering again all the agricultural regions. Next slide, please. So in the area of conservation and plant genetic resources, we work to cope with the scarcity of rainfalls and mobilized water resources. So INRA genetic improvement program for variety rely on assessing the biological plant species and carrying out guided crosses using modern biotechnology tools. We have a gen bank in Stad in the region of Casablanca that has a collection of 70,000 accessions of important crops that allow us to basically dig in and bring in wild species to do our improvement. Some examples of the crops improvement we are working on: cultivar of high efficiency in water consumption, cultivar that are tolerant or resistant to salt, including rootstocks of fruit trees. Those are some examples that we are working on. Next slide, please. I'm going to share with you some of the achievements that have been made over the last years. For example, we have developed more than 56 varieties that are now registered in the official catalog. This has been during the last 10 years and includes 10 crops: cereals, cactus, citrus fruits, fodder crops, argan, which is a tree that's specific to Morocco, native to Morocco, and now we are going from a wild species to a domesticated species. We have selected some specific clones that are in the process of multiplying. We also have developed olive trees, varieties, fruit trees, annual oilseeds such as canola, food legumes, and date palm. As I mentioned, in the Gen Bank, we have 67,000 accessions that belongs to 526 species and 156 genders. We're in the process, because we are reaching the capacity of this Gen Bank, we're in the process of building another one that will be ready in approximately 2 years, and will include animal species as well as an in situ area that will have live fruit trees and plants to preserve the wild biodiversity of Morocco. We also work on the characterization of genes and development of molecular markers to assist in the selection of species and development of genome databases using bioinformatic tools, and use mutagenesis and in vitro tissue culture technique to accelerate the breeding programs and develop new varieties. Next slide, please. On the decision-making tools for the sustainable natural resources, I will give some example of achievements. For example, the development of land suitability maps on an area of approximately 7 million hectares to support the choice of suitable crops according to physiological and environmental conditions. We also developed a fertility map of Morocco over an area of more than 7 million hectares of regionalized fertilization formula for the main crops. And this is a tool that will help the farmer using the right amount of fertilizer, so there is no excess or not an insufficient amount of fertilizer that's provided to the crops. We also have created a modeling system for the impact of climate change on agriculture, which reveals the effect of climate scenarios on the use of agricultural land, water resources, and the economy. We worked also on the development of an agroclimatic forecasting system for cereal yields and parametric agricultural insurance to manage climate risks. Another achievement is the development of GIS covering 48,000 hectares in order to inventory, characterize, and map the oasis of date palm groves. Date palm is a very important species in Morocco and had recently, in the last years, a problem with baywood and affecting the yield and productivity. With the assistance of the Ministry of Culture and through the Plan Moroccan Green Plan, we are initiated a plan to replace all the affected trees in the oasis, and also plant approximately 17,000 hectares of date palm, and all those trees are originated from tissue culture and from clones that have been selected by INRA and our partners. Finally, work on the monitoring the dynamic of pastoral areas through system for forecasting pastoral production and assessing the impact of pastoral development projects. Next slide, please. Some of the other achievements in the area of development of environmentally friendly agricultural practices. For example, the rationalization of water resource management through water use efficiency technology. And we recently, in collaboration with our partner from US and also from ICARDA, we developed a low pressure irrigation system that will save energy. There are other areas that other applications in this area that have been also developed. We also worked on the development of resilient agricultural systems such as conservation agriculture and the promotion of no-tillage practices for cereal, oilseed crops, and food legumes. A significant area of Morocco has low, the soils have been affected and have low amount of organic matter. And it's been demonstrated that no-till can help the soil recover its health. And we are promoting this technology that have been shown to have significant improvement. For example, 25 to 100% increase in yields per hectare, in particular in the years where there is no rain. There's been also demonstration that 60 to 150% increase in net profit. Those are just some example of this technology that now we are promoting in Morocco in a larger scale. Next slide, please. We also we have an animal program where we improve the quality and the productivity of sheep and goat. And these are some of the examples. For example, study and characterization of livestock system in most Moroccan region and ecosystems, genetic and phenotypic characterization of local breeds, development of new reproduction and cryopreservation technologies, diversification of fodder resources and development of local byproduct in animal feed. And also we registered recently a new race, INRA 180, that has some higher qualities and productivity features. Next slide, please. Another area of importance is the promotion of traditional knowledge in processing main local products and development of new processed products to improve the curves. For example, on the examination of the typicity of varieties and product indexing to the distinctive sign of tea. We also have developed many type of products derived from local produced foods such as olives, argan, carob tree, orange, etc. And finally, worked on the analysis methods for quality control of food products. Next slide, please. Some example that we have done in showing impact on some value chains, and we developed of trees and crops that are of importance in Morocco. Cactus play in the semi-arid and arid region of Morocco, olive trees, cereal crops, date palm, which I mentioned earlier, and trees. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the impact that the research has made in Morocco with the contribution of INRA and its partners. I will just show an example of the varieties that we've developed. We did an economic study to see what is the internal rate of profitability over a long term. And here are some examples in durum wheat that was used in the research period between 1970 and 1982, was adopted in 1983. And this table shows the amount of million dirhams invested, and also the total return. And we estimated that in the case of durum wheat, the internal rate of profitability is 32%. And the benefit over cost is 34 dirham over 1 dirham invested. That's one example. And this has been shown similar trends with other crops, such as olives, date palm, and nut or cod, which shows a very significant internal rate of profitability over the years. That's, in this case, almost 50%. Next slide, please. I mentioned the Moroccan Green Plan, which has been completed this year, and we're starting a new plan called Generation Green, focusing on different aspects: socially fair, solidarity to support and upgrading of small farmers through improving the most vulnerable farmer incomes. We're also focusing on economically competitive development of modern agriculture based on private investment and environmentally responsible protection of natural resources and promotion of sustainable farming system. Involve different areas of research and they are shown in here. Next slide, please. INRA has also developed a large number of brochures and books and publications that are available on our website. We recently launched a new journal, African and Mediterranean Agriculture Journal, that is a continuation of a journal that INRA used to publish called Al-Awamiya. And the first issues deals with one pastoral land and the other citrus trees research in Morocco. Next slide, please. So we are open to partnerships. We have many collaborations, national and international collaborations, and we will be pleased to partner with others in the area of collaborative research and conducting research on specific areas that are beneficial to both partners, work on technology transfer, service and consultancy. We conduct also research support, transfer of genetic material in the case where we have some formal MTAs, and also commercial technology transfers to commercial entities through varieties that are already protected, or we are conducting patents on some of the technology that we are developing. I believe that's complete my presentation. Please, next slide. And I thank you for your kind attention and the opportunity to share with you some of our work that is dealing with the food security that is of importance to Morocco. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Fauzi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauzi Bekawi. This was a great presentation. Thank you for telling us what you're doing differently and the
Pelo trabalho.
in your country. Thank you. Now, we've come to a special moment in our forum. For that, I'd like to invite the President of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens Hanan. Welcome back to our stage, sir. He's going to talk about great news to us. The floor is yours, Mr. President. Good morning, Renata. How are you? I want to thank everyone who's watching us and thank Renata, who's mediating such a fruitful day. I also want to voice my thanks to the ministers and authorities who spoke before us, especially female ministers. I was actually talking to people backstage about how great these talks were, and you know, people told me, of course, they were great. They were women, right? Women who were speaking, so they were obviously great. Now, I wanted to touch on something that I've learned a lot over the past years. I've learned so much from everyone from the Arab Chamber, from our Arab friends and Brazilian friends. And I've learned so much from my dear friend, Mr. Tamer. Mr. Tamer, can you come upstage, please? We're going to talk about some lessons that we have learned. And we'll soon talk to our friends virtually, so we can talk about a very important initiative that we have put together. Now, before that, let me show you a quick video so that we may introduce the topic to you. How are you, Mr. Tamer? Okay, let us watch the video. And that's it. Well, here we are today. And Brazil provides the best halal food all over the globe. Mr. Ali Saifi, President from Sid Dayal Halal. Dr. Mohammed El Zogby, President from Fambras Halal. Chaibun Darwish, President from Sil Halal. And Mr. Nasser Karsraji, Director from Halal Foods Brazil. Welcome. We have been in contact with them for quite a long time. And now we wanted to tell you a bit about the Halal Brazil project. As you saw on the video, halal food is really important for the Arab and Muslim worlds. But more than that, you saw the figures and you saw how high those figures were. Now, since we're talking about food security, halal food is increasingly important. The Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce carried out a survey, and we realized that the halal certificate was taken to a different level. It is now more important than ever because, especially during the pandemic, people are valuing halal processes even further. So we had a great opportunity before, but now it is way more important than before. Arabs are now seeing halal food as being way more important, and that is now being spread even to non-Muslim countries and even for people who are not Muslims. Because halal food ensures quality. So the halal industry is not only now producing food, but also cosmetics. We're now in the beauty industry, and Brazil is an expert in that regard. We have to show the world that. We want to make sure our members have access to this survey. We are going to send you this survey after the forum. And now, this is what we're going to talk about with our partners. We're going to talk to different certifying bodies, and we are also going to be in touch with growers. But before, Mr. Temer, do you have anything to add? I mean, we have traveled together, and I learned how they produce halal food in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and I learned so much. That is correct. And good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, members from certifying companies, and good morning to our audience. Well, Mr. Hanan, it's all about how we can make Brazil a global leader and how we can make halal food from Brazil to be globally acknowledged. We want people to understand the concepts behind the halal system. And as you mentioned, halal became a concept and a lifestyle. So it doesn't matter who's consuming halal food. Whether they're Muslims or not, people eat halal food because they trust it. And along with our colleagues from certifying companies, we want to make sure we totally disrupt the halal market because we want everyone to believe halal food.
That is it. I'd like to hear a bit of our partners that have come together with us in this path of halal from Brazil as the best halal from the world. Saifi, would you like to have a few words? Bring us your point of view. Thank you. Good morning. Salam alaikum. It's a great pleasure being with you all. No doubt it's an important idea today, this issue of halal. With so much technology, so many changes that we have had, even the pandemic, the requirements have been greater. Things have to be more controlled, greater control. So today, the entire market is looking at the entire chain, trying to know all of the details, the products that we are sourcing, all that we consume, service. There is halal tourism today. There is halal clothing, cosmetics, drug products. So when we talk about animal protein, it's an important market to us, but it's not just the animal protein industry. Halal, it's a way of life, something that is in a Muslim's existence. So considering today that we are the greatest exporters of halal products in the world, we are the best halal certification system in the world, and I'm here with my colleagues, and they all work in their industries, their sectors. That's what it is. We are together in this idea of transforming and sharing, having the best halal market in the world. Thank you, Saifi. Dr. Zogby, if you please. Good morning. Good morning. Salam alaikum. On behalf of the great God, good morning, Mr. Rubens, Mr. Tamers, Mr. Ali Saifi, Mr. Nasir, and all of my colleagues. I'd like to ask for the opportunity to bring up the opportunity of this dialogue, of this initiative. Throughout the years, we have been working towards strengthening this halal brand of Brazil, because Brazil is truly a benchmark in terms of halal. For all of that we have done throughout the years, of the hard work that we have had, just for you to have an idea, we began around 1976. In order to be able to export 650 tons of halal chicken at the time, we had to bring a pool of companies to cater to that order. And today, we're talking about a country that is the largest producer of halal animal protein in the world, and the largest exporter of halal protein in the world. So we wouldn't want to miss the fact that this industry doesn't generate only financial resources, but more than 1.5 million direct and indirect job posts. So we do have the commitment with social responsibility, making resources available for social and cultural objectives, bringing benefit to people who are in social vulnerability. The halal market has a huge growth potential. When we talk about halal, it's not just protein, as it was well said by my friend Ali Saifi, but it is a broad range. It is a concept, a way of life, focusing on quality of life. The halal market for Brazil, for it to continue as a significant export, we need to strengthen it internally. Therefore, the idea of launching Halal Brazil, and I'm already at your service and available. At some point, we had a trademarked, but this brand is available to all so that we can work jointly. I think it's extremely important for us to hear these points, and that we can jointly come to decisions that will strengthen the Brazilian market. Thinking about the legitimate halal product bringing to our Muslim communities around the world. I've talked to the government actually several times about that, and shown the government how important the halal brand is, how important it is for us to work as we are working through blockchain that we signed yesterday, the trustworthiness, reliability, the economics and the processes. But first and foremost, we have a commitment to God to supply halal food to the entire humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Zogby. This union that we need. Dr. Shaibun, if you please. Dr. Shaibun, can you hear us? Salam alaikum. Good morning to everyone. Mr. Rubens Hanan, Mr. Tamer Mansour, and my colleagues Ali Saifi and Dr. Zogby. Good morning. About halal today, our colleagues have mentioned numbers and figures from Brazil. I would like to say that halal is increasing its range as cosmetics, halal pharmaceuticals, halal economy, as we are here in the forum, in the Brazil and Arab countries economic forum. So we have a halal economy now. We have animal protein halal from Brazil, the first in the world. We are working towards for Brazil to be the first in cosmetics and halal fashion, as we saw in the video before we began the meeting. All based on international standards. Here in Brazil, we also have a significant halal tourism market, which we have a project to apply in Brazil. It's a beautiful country, a fantastic country, and so we have this project of bringing Muslim tourists from all the way from the airport going towards the tourist cities, all that involves transportation, hospitality, halal hotels, halal restaurants. This process is already taking place in non-Muslim countries in Asia, and we want to have this practice of halal tourism in Brazil because it's a beautiful country. We want to bring that. Everybody knows the halal standards focus on the slaughter of meat, beef, poultry, but halal involves all things that a Muslim person needs, from traveling, hoteling, soap bars, shampoo, toothpaste, makeup for women. All of that should be halal certified, and we have begun with that. It's already being practiced. There are some items that are still to come. Brazil manufactures a lot of clothing, so halal fashion is coming. And I want to conclude by thanking everyone that are here, the authorities, the colleagues from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much. Salam alaikum. Thank you. Dr. Nasser, if you please. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Rubens, Dr. Tummer. First and foremost, thank you for the invitation. And I would like to congratulate the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for this fabulous event that is taking place. The Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce that is becoming an example, a benchmark throughout all of the times, especially during this pandemic, such a delicate moment. The dialogue has been flowing. This is extremely important. And amongst the topics that have been mentioned was the topic of halal, the relationship of Muslims to the halal issue. It's not an optional Sure. It's part of the doctrine, part of their faith. Halal should be part of the Muslim's personality. And he lives by the halal concept. We know about animal protein, beef, poultry, but halal is a way of life, as we all know. And so, through this channel, today I would like to salute and thank our brothers of Adas Halal throughout the entire world, especially the halal institutions in Brazil. Dr. Ali Saifi, Mr. Shaibun, Fambras Halal, Fambras, I congratulate you all for making Brazil halal as efficient, effective, and grandiose. I hope that this work continues. And the most important is that it is a great responsibility to all Islam institutions and the certifying bodies. It's a huge responsibility that the certifying bodies have on their shoulders. It's a huge responsibility. Brazil is the largest halal protein exporter in the world. Lots of food products, cosmetics, pharmaceutical products. It adds a great responsibility on the shoulders of halal certification bodies for them to be faithful to the Muslim principles, to be always aligned with the religious aspects, opening dialogue. I think Dr. Zogby mentioned something significant about having open dialogue and having the tools for this product to be able to reach all places of the world with the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the proper quality. Once again, I thank the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Rubens, Mr. Dr. Tamer for the invitation. I hope that this is more than successful and that the fruit of these events of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce may be the tastiest and the sweetest fruits ever. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Tamer. President, surely I have two things to mention. Mr. Shaibun mentioned, Dr. Zogby also mentioned about the signature of blockchain. Blockchain will be one of the tools, one of the weapons we will use to conceptualize and make it concrete, the project that comes together with the brand. So yesterday, Dr. Zogby and Mr. Saifi signed yesterday. Next week, Mr. Nasser will be here in São Paulo for us to show the system. We will go to Chapecó, my native land. I love Santa Catarina. There's no Corinthians there, right? Oh, Chapecoense won 5-0 yesterday. And we will visit Mr. Shaibun to show the system. And the second thing, we will not begin by the brand, but we will conclude with it. We have a strategic plan for this project. Next week on, or the following week on, we are going to gather everyone together to show dialogue and update the brainstorming and push Halal Brazil as the best halal in the world. Fantastic. And in conclusion, I want to thank all of you, this union of all of us. That's what we need. And I want to congratulate the producers, growers, and the certifying bodies together. I want to congratulate you for this, for taking on this battle from the beginning and transforming Brazilian halal in the best halal of the world. And that's the plan that's going to take us to the rest of the world, and for the world to recognize that truly, and enjoying all of this opportunity that we have for the good of end consumers. Thank you so much. Renata, if you please. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you for this excellent project that surely Halal Brazil is what is going to rubber stamp it as the best halal in the world. That's why we congratulate you all for such a relevant project. And now we're going to a quick break. But before, I'd like to invite you all to visit our virtual expo of our sponsors of this economic forum that is available in our platform. So you can see the companies, talk to them, and discover so many novelties. And besides, having access to the complete research of Arab immigration in Brazil. Now I leave you with a video that will talk a bit about this experience and about our sponsors. In 10 minutes, we will come right back with our schedule live. I'll see you shortly.
Atitudes sustentáveis fazem parte da nossa essência. Devolver água tratada ao ambiente, preferir as fontes de energia renovável e cuidar do bem-estar animal, firmando parcerias globais, ajudando a desenvolver as melhores práticas, faz com que, além de agentes, sejamos a inspiração para que mais pessoas façam algo também. Ser parte de algo maior não tem nada de mágica, mas é mágico. BRF.
A Fambras Halal é pioneira em certificação halal no país. Há 40 anos oferece ao mercado mundial produtos certificados, respeitando os padrões internacionais de segurança dos alimentos. Contribuiu para que o Brasil se tornasse o maior exportador de proteína animal halal do mundo. Certificar com a Fambras Halal é garantia de reconhecimento mundial em qualidade e segurança. Fambras Halal, do Brasil para o mundo.
Olá, tudo bem? Meu nome é Janaína Azevedo, eu faço parte do time de diretores da JBS Novos Negócios e vim aqui te fazer um convite. Você que ainda não nos conhece, ou se já nos conhece através do JBS Carnes, eu quero te convidar para visitar o nosso stand. Estamos representando 3 dos nossos negócios, a Origina, que é soluções para indústrias farmacêuticas, a Nova Prom, colágeno bovino e a JBS Natural Casings, envoltórios naturais. Ficou curioso para conhecer? Então visite-nos. Estamos esperando vocês. Até já!
The whole world knows that Brazil is one of the leaders in exporting natural stones. And within this market, a company has made quality and diversity its solid base. Qualità Group. Qualità Group works with exclusive and exotic types of marbles, granites, and quartzites. It's 30 years of history looking and taking for the most beautiful of nature to the world. Be enchanted by the quality of Qualità Group in your project.
Imagine a world in which business buying was simpler. A world of wholesale buying in a single e-marketplace. Spend more time on your business and less time on finding the products and suppliers you need to do business. Join TradeLink to escape the old B2B trading barriers. TradeLink. Business buying simplified. Visit tradelink.com.
O Porto do Itaqui cresce junto com o Maranhão. Movimenta toda a cadeia produtiva do corredor centro-norte do Brasil. Automação das operações, implantação de novas tecnologias e sucessivos recordes. Isso é Porto do Itaqui. Isso é Maranhão.
Há mais de 30 anos, a Sedial Halal atua com certificação halal de alta qualidade, humana e consciente. Somos a empresa com o maior número de categorias para certificação aqui no Brasil. Aproveite, acesse nosso site e obtenha o seu certificado.
Looking to expand in a new territory, in a state-of-the-art business park.
Excelente, estamos de volta ao
All right, welcome back. This is the third day of the Brazil Arab Countries Economic Forum. We are now starting our next panel. We're going to talk about a strategic partnership between Brazil and Arab countries for food safety. I would like to welcome the Director of the Agribusiness Promotion Department of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, His Excellency Mr. Alexandre Gisleni. Hello, good morning everyone. It's an honor to be here. I would also like to welcome the President of the ABPA, the Brazilian Animal Protein Association, Mr. Ricardo Santin. Thank you, Renata. Good morning. We're now going to welcome the member of the Executive Committee of the Tereus Group, President of the COSAC, Tereus and Conselho Superior do Agronegócio, Mr. Jacir Costa Filho. Designated Chief Scientist of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, Dr. Ismahan Elouafi from Morocco. Welcome.
Diretor de Atividades Comerciais da Khalifa Industrial Zone, Sr. Khalid.
Industrial Zone, Mr. Khalid Ahmed Mohamed Al-Mazorki from the UAE. Welcome, sir. CEO of the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, Mr. Hani Salem Sanbal. Welcome. Managing Director of IC Publications, Mr. Omar Ben Ineber from Tunisia. He's going to moderate this panel. Welcome.
Doutor Omar, a palavra é toda sua. Bom painel a todos.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Congratulations to the Chamber for organizing such a successful event. I'm delighted to have a esteemed panel of experts, and we will be able to make some points and understand what forges a strategic alliance and how we can both collaborate and cooperate to strengthen food security, but also make sure that this is a two-way partnership so that we can work also to export some of the know-how and some of our best products to Brazil. We'll probably start with His Excellency the Minister Alexandre Gisleni, and who can maybe talk to us about the trends in terms of Brazil and the Arab world. What trends are we seeing on the agricultural space in terms of the food, the products, and in terms of the collaboration?
Muito bem.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for having invited me to be part of this event. I'm sorry, I don't speak Arabic. I wish I did, though. As mentioned by Renata, and as mentioned by our moderator, I will be talking a little bit about possibilities for strategic partnerships. Since we're talking about new trends, I think it's important to stop for a moment and try to move away from the trade aspects of this strategic relationship. I think we have to go beyond trade, and I do believe that Mr. Santin and Mr. Costa will touch on that during their talks. Now, I would like to take a more comprehensive approach. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what is going to change after the pandemic? Well, the pandemic changes nothing and it changes everything at once. Our priorities will change, our needs will change, and I think that structural problems have also changed. So when it comes to food safety and security, we have to keep in mind how big a challenge that is. Before the pandemic, 750 million people all around the globe lacked food security. This number should increase by 130 million. That is why the World Food Program and UN programs became even more important. Now, I'd like to take a bird's eye view here. The FAO estimates that by 2050, we should have 10 billion people scattered all around the country. The world's population is currently 7 billion, so there should be a great increase up until then. Now, the question we should ask ourselves is, how are we going to feed all those people? How can we make sure that we can secure the future of this population? And I think the pandemic played an important role in that regard, because people started getting afraid. They started being afraid of not having access to the food they need to survive. Food sovereignty, self-sufficiency are concepts that have risen. In English, we call it reassuring by local. That is the name of the concept. Now, the pandemic gave us a different perspective, but we didn't cause the pandemic. But we are sure that we are going to be accountable for what we do and how we deal with the pandemic. And that is why we need to avoid making mistakes. A terrible mistake would be misunderstanding food security and confusing this concept with the concept of food sovereignty. When it comes to the future of mankind, the total sum does not equal zero. It's all about welfare. It's all about being in line with the international community. So I would like to explore this self-sufficiency trend with you. Some experts have been mentioning that we should buy food that has been grown within 100-kilometer radius. If that happened, then 27% of the world population would have access to wheat and barley. In Europe, the average radius will be 500 kilometers, but access to wheat, for example, the average distance is 3,800 kilometers. So a great part of the world's population would no longer eat wheat and other cereals. If we think of tropical cereals, this number goes up to 22%, considering corn, for example. That means that 78% of the world's population would not have access to corn if this criteria were to be used. 28% of the world's population would have access to rice, and 27% of the world's population would have access to pinto beans and other types of beans. So if we want people to have a diversified diet, a nutritional diet that caters to our dietary needs, we need to buy food from overseas. 70% of wheat consumed in Brazil comes from other countries, so that applies to Brazil too. That is not something to be ashamed of. That means that self-sufficiency becomes even more important. I don't think we should, think of that as a goal. Self-sufficiency can actually get in the way of food security. Now let me give you an example to illustrate that. Let me talk about soybeans for a moment. The European Commission estimates that the European Union grows 6.5% of the total soybeans consumed in the continent. If the European Union tries to be self-sufficient in the soybeans production market, they would need to have roughly 137,000 square kilometers to grow soybeans to cater to the European population's needs. While 137,000 square kilometers is similar to Greece's and the Cyprus territory added together. That shows how hard it is to allocate these resources. And at the end of the day, we will all need to rely on other countries to cater to our population's needs. That is to say that international trade is not actually a problem. It comes as the solution. It may help us make sure we have stable sources or resources to access food. But that is not to say that we should let go of our domestic production and domestic agricultural efforts. But I do believe that that is to say that no country can think of not ensuring their own diversity, so as to have the proper amount of food available to their population. In Brazil, we've been quite successful over the past years, and our country started exporting the main international commodities. So we are a stable partner, and we are open and available to establish new trade relationships to cater to food security needs. I think that is the main point regarding food security in Brazil. I think we should go beyond numbers. As Mr. Renata said, food safety is all about strategy. It is about national security too. We want to make sure that this generation and the forthcoming generations look for solid partnerships and stable partnerships. Only by building trust we'll be able to keep up with trade. And we have met all the agreements that we have set. And we're fully committed with that because we want to still be seen as reliable partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I don't know what you answered many questions, but you've definitely put questions on the table for us to look at in terms of trade, in terms of, and in terms of what you mentioned, shortening value chain, shortening supply chains. as well as obviously the need to feed 180 million people who food or the right nutrition. A question for you, Minister, is when the pandemic came about and countries were closing borders, did that impact global food supply chain, including into and out of Brazil? How did the COVID impact or affect those global food supply chains?
Eu acho existem duas questões a serem vistas aí. A Covid impactou em termos.
To this question. First, the COVID-19 had an impact domestically. We all had to take measures to protect our workers in Brazil. We wanted to make sure they were healthy. So we changed many procedures. That is not to say that we've been 100% successful, but we were quite successful. And above all, we made sure that production levels were at a good level so that we could cater to the Brazilian population and so we could export. Now, if we look at this from a different perspective, we'll see that the fact that borders were closed didn't mean that goods were not transported anymore. We met all the demands from the agreements that we had. We supplied all our counterparts. And something interesting happened, and it shows how specific and particular the agricultural business is. There was an increase in demand because of the economic recession in different countries. Despite this crisis and despite this reduction in local economies, there was an increase to the demand for us. And we managed to increase the volume of exported products. That comes to show how particular the agriculture industry is. When there's an increase to the food demand, what we need to do from an ethical standpoint is to cater to this demand, and this is what we've been doing.
Thank you. If I had one more question, I mean, you about partnerships and collaboration and increasing food security. I mean, ultimately, what we've seen, I think, in the past 50 years is the population of the world double, but yet population has actually tripled over that period, over the past 50 years or so. But which means that science and technology have contributed to increasing food. And Brazil has been one of the leaders in terms of science and technology. I think that the CEO, possibly one of Brazil's most successful global scientific institutions, specialists in agriculture, they have contributed to increasing this food production. And I believe that when it comes to food security, obviously countries want to increase local food wealth where they've got a strong comparative and competitive advantage. So in terms of collaboration, are you speaking to other countries around the world, and especially the Arab countries, in terms of using science and technology so that they can increase local production of some crops and other foods?
Essa é uma questão das mais relevantes e que pode ser tratada de diferentes maneiras, né? Não há uma única solução.
We can look at this from different perspectives. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, but we are in contact with different Arab countries. And as I told you, this is a trade problem that needs to be solved, but there are many consequences that are not related to trade. When we think of Brazilian companies investing in different parts of the world, well, we see that as an alternative that may be interesting to our partners. They may make use of different practices and technologies that may be truly useful for other countries. The president of the Brazilian Institute of Agriculture Institution has just spoken to us, and you've heard him. Well, Embrapa has great services that are hired by different countries. These technologies have been quite useful to Brazil, and they may be useful to other countries too. I believe that the Brazilian experience is quite interesting because, differently from other agriculture productive countries, well, these other countries are in temperate climates. And as you know, Brazil has a tropical climate, and that's the type of agriculture we have developed. So for those countries that have soil and climate conditions that are similar to ours, could surely benefit from these technologies. There are many opportunities to better develop their agricultural system based on different actions that may be taken that will be adapted according to different countries. Technology exchange is pivotal. It is very important if we think of agriculture in the future, both for Brazil and Arab countries.
Maybe I'll go to Dr. Ismahan El-Wafi, our sister from Morocco. So the minister has spoken about food systems. I know you're passionate about food systems, and the UN is actually in a big conference next year on food systems. That, or the rationale is that food systems are broken and that we need to revisit it in terms of what's being produced, what's being consumed, how markets are being. How do you see these? How do you see changes in food systems impacting countries like Brazil or the Arab world and supply chains in general? And what sort of relationship do you see between, in terms of logistics, supply chains, etc.?
Thank you very much, Omar. As you said, I think there is a discussion worldwide on the efficiency of the food systems. Are we wisely using the natural resources, or are we wasting and not so much efficiently using all the resources we have? So I think COVID-19 all that the system seamless and working well before COVID, it's pretty broken and very inefficient. And that's really the new movement that we are seeing in the UN under the umbrella of the UN Summit in 2021, led by the Secretary. And attempt it's really to look how to change or how to transform the food system, gain efficiencies, and those gaining efficiency feed into global agenda. So how could we change of the food system, hopefully get to SDG 2 in hunger, but also to the SDG 1 and in poverty, zero hunger, and the other. So the why we have to do it, it's really will depend a lot on the region. But what is countries in the last 10 years, or even a bit more, like since the crisis in 2008, where we had really huge spikes of prices, we saw that many countries and many continents region came together and developed their food securities, whereby they are looking how they can position themselves throughout the value to make have their anchors that provide them with a certain level of food security. So for Brazil and the Arab world, I see in this transformation very important to co-design it. It will be very important as it is strategic and it's developing. And as Brazil, it's one of the let's say the very high producing countries in terms of agriculture, and being the Arab world having a mix of producers like Morocco, and we saw the presentation of Dr. Fawzi, but also a lot of importers like many other countries, it will be very important to co-design and have a real partnership in terms of different commodities, different chains, and exchange of, like for example, Dr. mentioned the partnership he has with us at IC, and that's really the center where I am before me moving to, whereby we are. So I think really the exchange of know-how, the co-designing of, and we are complementary as Brazil and Arab countries to really take advantage of the new food system and the transformation going on with a really particular emphasis on increasing diversity and increasing nutrition. So much more than what we used to do over the 60, 70 years where was activity or more calories.
Has got a point when he says that it's not Saudi Arabia or so arid zones that are going to be producing wheat. It's not productive. It consumes energy and a lot of water. So in terms of the use of resources, we need to look at the world as one place and work off each other's comparative advantages.
Absolutely. I fully agree with the minister. It's really, we need to have the right crop in the right ecosystem. So using wheat in a region like the peninsula, the Arabic Peninsula, it's really waste of resources. So there are other crops that work far better here, and that's very important. And that's where if we go to biodiversity, the species that we have is tremendous. It's 400,000 species. Right now, what we have in the market is 120,000 species. So we need to have the right crop in the right. So if wheat, it's better in the US or part of Canada in the prairies, so be it. So let's another crop in a better position to produce. And I think water is the major component. Crops has to be really well taken in consideration. So right now, if you think about 1 kilo of wheat takes about 4,000 liters of water. If you think about rice, every rice 5,600 liters. So we have really, whereas, for example, ourselves, we are trying quinoa and the millet, both about 800 liters. So we have really the water footprint, environmental footprint, and choose the right crop for the right region. And maybe that I also agree with the minister that road, our diet, one of them, it's really the hat, it's the system changing awareness of people of the nutritional value and their desire to have really a more diet that is better for their health, but also that is better for the planet. So I think really it is where things are changing and where we have to design it. And that's where I say really it has to be science. If my ecosystem, it's better for dates and millets and certain saline water, I better use my little resources for that and have strategic partnership whereby I import the other crops that are needed. But I need also to make sure that I am working with the local population, their diet, and make it more adaptable to what is produced and what is imported. So awareness programs on water footprint, on environmental footprint, on the nutrition of our extremely important and should be one of the guiding principles of the transformation system.
And tell me, one last question, if I may. We hear a lot, we read a lot of stories about vertical agriculture and how science and technology are agriculture mainstream or possible in places like the UAE and other countries that are supposed to be more hostile to agriculture. So do you see that evolving? I mean, is this a fad, a fashion, or do you see this actually being serious business and something that the countries will be able to rely on in terms of food security?
Omar, I'll give you two parts of the answer. The first one is that let's think about countries where agricultural production was minimal and became, let's think about Canada. In the prairies, 100 years ago, it was a completely bare land. There is a few shrubs that comes out. And look now at the prairies in Canada. It's really the basket of wheat. It's the basket of colza. I can't find it in English, but the colza and of most of the lentils and chickpeas. And so what's happened in Canada, it's really that agricultural varieties was spring that's no short cycle and we have you. And that happened, the transformation over 1 century. So if you look at, there is a wonderful video of Agriculture Agri-Food Canada before the ministry was put in place. I'll give you another example, which is Almeria in Spain. In the was very little production, and it was a very dry area. And the first greenhouse that they put ethylene, and that the transfer technology in 1963, all the difference. Now Almeria is one of the examples. Of course, there is environmental issues, but still it's a basket. So if I two examples, Almeria prairies in Canada, what I want to tell you is that in the US, in the Saudis and the Arabian Peninsula, the potential of vertical farming is huge. The technology has to mature more. So we have few technologies, but the cost is still high. But to be realistic, what we can do with the system, greens and certain vegetables, for us to get really to produce wheat or maize and those vertical farming, it's a bit, and that's for technologies in the region here to the vertical farming, which is very important for certain crops, particularly vegetables and greens. What I think the value, it's really other crops that use saline water, because that's the source they have, with the power of the soil, the salt, the sun, so that you got energy, you got the salty water. I always say the 3S: sand, sea, and. So if you use these three and you find a crop that really needs a lot of long days, that you can use energy and you need the seawater, you could potentially produce crops like saliconia, but not only saliconia, of them that you use in your feeding system, your biofuel. So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it requires a lot of investment in science and innovation, just the way it happened in the or in Almeria in Spain.
Jasir Costa, please. The Jasir Costa, a member of the executive committee of the Sales Group. So, what are the trends that you're seeing and the opportunities that you and the comments on what the minister has said in terms of opportunities and the future of food systems?
Bom, muito obrigado, Omar. Muito.
Mr. Omar, for the opportunity to. I want to greet Mr. President Rubens Hanun. I see the opportunities for trade. If the trade flow is more liberal, surely it will bring greater access to cheaper food. I have a very positive vision on the minister's words, and I believe We will have access to a greater share of the world's population when we have an agricultural trade flow that is more liberal. I prepared a quick presentation, sir, to talk about the sustainability topic. And if I may, I would like to then go over this quick presentation. If you could please put it on screen for me. Thank you. Well, that slide portrays the group I represent. Terrios is a French cooperative that today does business in 18 countries, 22,300 employees. In terms of sugar, we are the second largest sugar producer in the world, one of the leaders in the ethanol market for vehicles, and also starch in the food system. Next slide, please. So Brazil historically is the largest sugar exporter in the world. In the early 2000s, we exported around 7 million tons. And in this last crop, we should export 30 million tons. It is something to celebrate, especially considering the pandemic. Our ports and logistic systems in Brazil have worked fantastically. We have been able to reach a historical record of exports, of sugar exports. That happened especially thanks to the maturity of Brazil's logistic infrastructure, enabling our country to fulfill its commitments and supplying the world with food. Today, Brazil's share in global sugar exports is around 50%, and we have reached a significant area of the globe. However, the Arab countries represent 40% of the destinations of our sugar. The sugarcane crop culture began in the Arab countries, began in Egypt. And the Arabs were the great sugar traders of the world. And historically, it is important for Brazil because it was the first industry here in our country right after its discovery. Well, as I've mentioned, this group of Arab countries are the key destination of our sugar. Countries with a young population, sugar is part of their culture, and besides, some of the countries have specialized in acquiring raw sugar to refine it and add value internally. And also, I want to mention important export hubs to other Arab countries, considering especially the example of the United Arabs. United Arabs. So now we're exporting to Indonesia due to the decrease of the offer from Thailand, and also a significant increase in demands from China. But structurally, the greatest volume goes to the bloc of Arab countries. As we can see in this graph, in the last 5 years, the Arab countries was the destination of 40% of our sugar. And of the top 10 destinations of exports, 5 are Arab. Algeria, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Iraq. Next slide, please. still talking about the control of safety of Brazilian sugar. Brazil has a robust sanitation law, and this will be better explored by Ricardo Santin. Even more sophisticated than our competitors, especially than the United States. That is reflected in global perception in terms of high reliability and trustworthiness of Brazilian sugar, whether the VHP, the raw sugar, or the white sugar straight for human consumption. The trade barriers, quotas, and subsidies are the key challenges for Brazilian sugar to reach international markets. Added to the high level of requirements of food sanitation, other unique differentiation is sustainability, which is not found in any other sugar derived from sugarcane grower in the world. The cultivation of sugarcane in our country takes over about 10 million hectares. And in those lands where sugarcane is produced, around 2 million hectares of native forests are preserved. So using Brazilian sugar, you're contributing to reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere, and also for the wise use of water, avoiding waste of water. So, talking a bit about Terios in terms of international certifications, Terios has implemented a best practices of manufacturing program, as well as a number of certifications that support the production of quality food free of contamination. Therefore, we have other certifications with different specificities, trying to cater to the diversity of our clients. I would like to mention the halal certification, a faithful assurance document issued by a halal certifying institution. We had several here already, an institution that is recognized by the Muslim countries to attest that our products follow the requirements and criteria that are determined by Muslim case law. And I thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much.
Jesse, that was fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, it's no secret that I'm from Tunisia, and I can tell you that we do like sugar where I'm from, and I know in the Arab world we like our sweets because we're very generous with our tea and with our hospitality. So we need a lot of sugar. But you make some very important points, actually. I'm going to talk about certification, traceability, and to some extent halal food as well. And maybe Ricardo Santin can come with that. And but you mentioned a couple of very interesting points, even in terms of ports and logistics, in terms of being able to service the world. I know that one industrialist world, or in Algeria, Issa Brab of the who has an important group there, the Civital group, and the biggest sugar refiner in the country. I mean, he actually invested in Brazil to be able to have that supply chain, including the ports and logistics hub that was key for him to be able to import sugar at a cost-effective price. But in terms of growth potential in the Arab world, what's you said that it's that the top five countries out for your group, but where do you see growth and where do you see potential for more collaboration and partnerships?
Eu vejo potencial e parceria em todos os países árabes.
I see great potential for growth and partnerships all around the Arab world. As you mentioned, sugar is part of the Arab culture. Arabs love sweets. So as far as we can see, we can expand these partnerships even further and strengthen these alliances between Brazil and consumer countries. We want to make sure we increase local production, and we're also thinking about competitiveness because this is such an important raw material.
Maybe I'll go to Ricardo Santin now. And prior to our panel, there was a discussion about halal food. It's funny because I mean I'm from Tunisia, but I grew up in London. And when our grandmother used to come and visit us in London, I remember my mother had to go to a very far place to be able to halal food because my grandmother only used to eat halal food or halal meat, should I say? And now halal has become mainstream, and it's a massive industry. When I'm eating sweets, Haribo sweets, I make sure that I eat the Haribo halal sweets that are, I think, produced in Turkey. So certification and traceability of products is critical ultimately, and I believe that Brazil has developed a competitive advantage around certification, traceability, be it the halal industry or. Can you talk to us about the importance of the certification and traceability of products, Mr. Ricardo Santin?
Muito prazer, Omar. Obrigado pela oportunidade.
It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to greet President Rubens Hanon, Director Tamer Mansour, greetings to Minister Ghislaine and my friend Jasir Costa. I would also like to greet Dr. Ismahane Elowafe, Dr. Kali Ahmed, and Dr. Sunboy. Well, halal is truly important. Let me mention some data to you. Can you please show my presentation? We got so much data. Brazil and Middle Eastern countries have a historical partnership. The first export from Brazil went to Kuwait. And throughout history, Arab countries have become the largest buyers of Brazilian chicken and beef. And that is why Brazil became the largest exporting country of halal chicken all around the globe. And that was only possible because we had certifying bodies that gained the Arab countries' trust and their consumers' trust too. ACDL Halal and FAMBRAS are members of the ABPA Association. And they have been members of the ABPA Association for quite a long time. And together, we've been developing this industry and partnerships. Now, what have we done in Brazil? We've produced 13,000 million tons of beef last year, out of which 35% was exported to Arab countries. Now this year, this production should go all the way up to 13,800, and we should export 4.3 tons. That is all due to the certification we have in place. But we go beyond that. Consumers know that when chicken is slaughtered or when animals are being slaughtered, everyone knows that we've got a serious and strict process in place, and that is why our certifying bodies are amongst the best in the world. However, we see that this partnership is weakening. In 2019, the Middle East was the largest importer of Brazilian goods. However, over the past years, Asian countries started importing more than Middle Eastern countries. That is because there is no such thing as food sovereignty. And as Minister Ghislani mentioned, we know that there should be no borders for food. As Dr. Ismahani mentioned, people have the right to choose. And we have to think of supply and demand in that regard. This is where we exported chicken to. As Mr. Jasir mentioned, out of our top 10 importers, 5 countries are from the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia was the largest chicken importer from Brazil, but China took over that position. Now, how did we build this partnership? Well, we have natural resources, we have grains availability, and we invest in technology. Health issues. We've never had the chicken flu. Never have we had the bird flu. Thank God, because we care a lot for our food production health processes. We operate at high standards. We welcome more than 1,000 government and private missions to Brazil on a yearly basis. So we meet all the health and quality standards. This is all supervised by the federal government. As Minister Teresa Cristina mentioned, the Ministry of Agriculture is here to make sure we meet all the health and sanitation standards from other countries. The certifying bodies add yet another layer on top of these processes that we have in place. But we operate outside the Amazon. That is why our processes are sustainable. For the future, we expect consumers to demand more trust after the pandemic. They will require trust from brands or from the halal certification. That is what they will demand. Another demand will be traceability, and we have full traceability from end to end, from the producers at the farm, from the mill they give their animals up until the moment these products are taken to other countries. And consumers will pay even more attention to that. Mr. President Bolsonaro has put a lot of efforts in place so that we can cater to the demands of all the countries that trust in Brazil to meet their food security demands. Factories were up and running despite the pandemic. We cared for every worker's health, but these factories did not shut down. The pandemic would have been way harder to overcome had we not kept our factories open. Animal welfare and sustainability are the forthcoming trends. And this is going to be no different for Arab countries. On top of all those concepts, we will add a religious layer. The halal process respects the Islam concepts. And over the past 40 years, we managed to become the greatest halal products exporter in the world. In the MENA region, 35% of poultry consumed or exported from Brazil is taken to. That's what we see on the chart. And this is what food partnership means. It means food security. Poultry exports from Brazil to Arab countries account for 35% of the total amount of poultry consumed in those countries. For the UAE, this figure reaches 71%, and for Kuwait, it reaches 60%. And I think this partnership needs to be maintained. I truly believe that we're going to reinforce this partnership with such countries. Now, this is the main slide of my presentation. Over the past 20 years, Brazil has shipped roughly 1 million containers to Arab countries. That is basically 24 million tons of food that were exported to Arab countries. One container equals one truck. Now think of 1 million trucks lining up. This was certified food despite the pandemic. We exported 1 million trucks to Arab countries. And this is important to note. We need solid partnerships. More than 1 million containers with certified food. I'm talking about halal food that was exported to Arab countries. No one was afraid to eat Brazilian beef or poultry in any country of the world. And as it was mentioned before, by 2020, we're going to have another 3 billion people living on the planet, and we have to help these people eat. Now, when we think of what it takes to provide food to these people, and when we think of the 1 billion people that starve around the globe, we believe that we have to move further, and there should be no boundaries for food production. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Ricardo. Lots of numbers for us to digest. If I had to do one analysis, even though China is #1 in terms of percentage, if we look at consumption per capita, given that China's population is many more times the size of the UAE's or the size of the UAE's and much more of Saudi Arabia. So actually per capita, the Arab world is the #1 importer of Brazilian poultry. But apparently I've been told that Brazilian groups are looking or have invested in Saudi Arabia and are looking at the UAE region also to invest. So is that a trend that you're seeing in terms of the companies that you work with or represent in Brazil? Are we going to see a number of Brazilian groups cementing a presence in the Arab world and maybe processing there or producing there?
Omar, perdão por interromper. Eu lamentavelmente.
Omar, I'm sorry for interrupting. I have to withdraw due to a prior commitment I took over. I have to move now, but I would really like to thank you for the invitation, for my participation here, and for everything I have learned so far. I regret not being able to follow the following presentations, but I am sure that those who will follow this panel will learn so much more.
Thank you, Minister.
Omar, eu acho que eu posso continuar então a resposta à pergunta que você fez. Eu vejo sim que as empresas brasileiras têm intenção de intensificar a sua posição no mundo árabe. Elas estão buscando ter mais parcerias lá no mundo árabe, mas também vejo que há necessidade das empresas árabes investirem mais ainda no Brasil. como já tivemos parceria do SALIC e de outros fundos árabes, vindo para cá,
Arab funds coming here with that potential of grains, water, sustainability, and favorable climate. So it's not that it's impossible to produce, as Dr. Ismahani says, but the cost is very high. So, as it was well said by Mr. Jacir, with Brazilian sugar, I'm preserving 20% of the forest area. I'm preserving water, preserving land, preserving with carbon emission. Poultry, chicken has a sustainability that's twice as much of what the British is. The British chicken has 2.2 and Brazil 1.2. The French is 2.4. So this is something that has to be mentioned. I do see our companies have to be more and more in the Arab world, but we also need for Arabs to come more to Brazil also to make solid investment, because the growth of demand will be much greater than the capabilities of production. And Brazil, as well as we know, that's where all of these conditions come together for increasing production and helping with food security around the world.
So maybe I'll go to Engineer Sonbol, whose institution and who himself is great at connecting people, so to speak. So both import and export, and in facilitating. I know Engineer Sonbol because I've heard him many times speak on a number of panels, and he's an expert in terms of trade and facilitating trade, and he also sits on the G20 Trade and Investment Working Group, so he's got some guides for us. But tell us a little bit about the ITFC and the role that you're playing in terms of food and food security.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now, yes.
Okay, Omar, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you and also to really express my gratitude for inviting me to this very important webinar on a very important subject. I would like also to really thank the government of Brazil and also the Arab Brazil Chamber of Commerce for organizing this timely economic forum. I would like also to say that I was very, very happy to start really, the discussion with the Arab Brazil Chamber of Commerce on the possible mutual cooperation to really link more Brazil and the Arab world. But before I go into that, I would like to say that I do represent actually one of the leading organizations in trade finance and development, which is the ITFC. ITFC is the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, which is, of course, a member of the ISDB, the Islamic Development Bank Group. It is the trade arm of the group. And as you know, ITFC, of course, is focusing on really enhancing intra-OIC trade and also linking the member countries with the rest of the world. And I feel very also proud to say that the trade business was actually a top priority for IDB since inception, almost 4 decades ago. First trade finance operations was signed in the late 70s. And with the evolution of trade and we were actually having so much faith, and we were convinced that trade is really a very important element in the whole development process for actually fostering economic and social development of the world, of the member countries. So that's how the story started, and by really evolving from a small unit to a department, and then by creating a full-fledged organization that is really to enhance trade in member countries. And now it's almost more than 12 years since inception. We feel very proud that ITFC is extremely well positioned as a leading trade finance and development institution. We cover, as I said, 57 member countries, and of course, we have member countries in all over the continents, from Suriname in America to South America to Jakarta in the Far East. And I think that is really a huge area of coverage, but ITFC was able actually over the years to extend all the possible means, really, not only in the area of trade finance, but also in the area of other areas like trade solutions, which include, of course, the capacity building and training and providing, expertise and advisory services. Actually, more of a trade solution organization. We have, of course, we are highly rated by reputable, rating agencies in the world. ITFC enjoys an A1 rating. The group enjoys, of course, a AAA rating, and of course that gives us really a very good, position in member countries, and also facilitate the work that we do. ITFC was able actually over the years to finance more than 85 billion US dollar worth of trade transactions all over member countries, including, of course, the other important flagship programs that is leading in the world. ITFC is leading with its partners from all over the world globally. Many initiatives that is really devoted to support vital sectors in member countries, and also support private and public sectors. Our really intention is to really show that with these products and services, the development process in member countries really succeed. So ITFC, as I said, was able over the years really to successful in providing this financing for, as I said, for member countries. We are, of course, an institution that also believes that we need to evolve and become more relevant with the world. Every time our business plans, we are very keen to accommodate whatever is going to be best for our member countries. And mentioning some of the important initiatives, because we have so many of them, I can just say that we are leading one of the most important initiatives, which is the Aid for Trade for the Arab world, where we have really, completed the first phase a few years back, and now we are launching the second phase. This initiative is actually mainly focused on building capacities of member countries so they can be integrated into global trade system. And the phase one showed that there is a very much need now actually for the second phase to be launched soon with our international partners like we did in the first phase. In the first phase, we've had also many donors countries who have supported this initiative. And now we are, of course, getting a lot of support. Hopefully that Brazil will be also one of these countries who got to really cooperate with ITFC in leading this very, very important initiative, especially in the recovery period. Because, as COVID-19, we've had to really have an initial plan as a group, providing 2.3 billion US dollars to support member countries in this very difficult time, in one of the worst, pandemics that has affected all of the sectors in the world, and with no exception. We've had a very important program in IDB that is called the 3R program, the Respond, Restore, and Restart. So in these initiatives will be fully aligned. The Aid for Trade for Arab states will be aligned totally in the coming period with all activities that will ease down the implication of COVID-19 on member countries. And of course, we have the Arab-Africa Trade Bridge, where this is one of the most active also initiatives. It's also led by ITFC in cooperations with partners from Africa, from Asia, development banks. We have countries who are now, of course, members of this very important initiative. Covers trade, covers investments, covers infrastructure projects, capacity building, facilitation programs. It's a very big initiative that started in 2017. And now, of course, we see that how much important is this initiative in linking also the African and the Arab world, in all aspects, as I mentioned. So we do also have other important sectors that we support, which is this SMEs in member countries, especially the exporting ones. We have special programs devoted actually for capacity building. We have a famous ITFC SME development program. That is, of course, a program to really assist SMEs to access financing and also to build the capacities of these small and medium enterprises into the financial systems, also to build their capacities. In the same times, we provide also training for the banks to be able to actually to do business with the SMEs. As far as the main sectors that we have built expertise over the years on many different, I would say, excuse me, I just had to. Many different sectors, but we built big expertise actually in the energy and also agriculture. So agriculture, was since the inception of ITFC was actually at the top priority. We provided financing of commodity export and import, and we have also financed also other programs that to really support farmers in different member countries. We have, for example, the development of the coffee development, projects in Indonesia. We have other projects also. We are also called the Cotton Bank of Africa. So we do have huge, really, interventions in Africa supporting cotton, and in the same time supporting also other food, products. So we have built this expertise, and now as COVID-19 really is dictating on us also this need for to securing the supply chain, to maintain take good measures to maintain food supplies to member countries and food security. We are now having a number of initiatives that is coming also to help member countries in the area of financing and in the area of also providing integrated solutions for member countries in this very important, our aim actually is to work with also many countries and many partners from outside of the membership of ITFC, because we have seen really a lot of interest, and we have built a lot of really built many partnership globally from Europe, from Africa, from Asia. We feel very proud that we have now very good partners who are supporting us in all aspects. Trade finance, for example, we've been really able to work with in the financing syndications with very important financial institutions all over the world. Also, in the same time, we have partners from UN agencies, other international agencies that we work closely with. Being, of course, a member of the IDB group, of course, this gives us the uniqueness of really being in a very diversified, group like IDB. We have, of course, as you know, IDB has an insurance entity that takes care of the investment insurance and export credit. We have also another entity that is really devoted for private sector development, and ITFC for trade, IDB for long-term financing. So we are, as a group, we are a very unique group that can really provide a lot. Our interest, as I said, I hope, is that to really work with you closely on really building this partnership. I can see it coming from my first meetings with the Arab Brazil Chamber, and I see it coming, and I see that we can really have a mutual really cooperation to really support member countries, and also in different sectors. Halal food is one of them. I stop here, and I will be ready for any questions, Omar.
Question, actually, if you don't mind, Engineer Sonbol. So I'm from Tunisia, and we're very proud of our olive oil. We're very proud of our dates as well. And we've been talking about the relationship from Brazil to Africa in terms of to the Arab world in terms of what countries such as Saudi and the UAE import. But ultimately, there's an opportunity also for countries such as Egypt, Tunisia, and others in the region to be, and Saudi for that matter, to be exporting other products such as dates, olive oil, mangoes from Egypt, and citrus products from the region. So, what's your take on that in terms of developing trade in the other direction?
Yes, as I said, what makes actually ITFC quite unique is that we do deal with member countries and non-member countries. And by the way, Tunisia is one of the largest, beneficiaries of ITFC's, financing. And Tunisia, as a country, was one of the founders of the group in 1974. And of course, we are very proud to have this kind of very successful relationship with the Tunisian different sectors in Tunisia. However, in the past, we were, of course, working closely with the government to support important sectors, industrial, especially in the area of energy sector, and also electricity, now pharmaceutical. And that's why we feel that we have the products that can finance all of these from Arab countries and to Arab countries from non-member countries. That's what is the uniqueness in that. Of course, we have programs in ITFC. We call it promotional programs, where we are actually we organize B2Bs. On different sectors, pharmaceutical, food. For Egypt, we've done a number of successful food B2Bs, and which generated also a lot of really deals between those who attended these B2Bs. We have done one in Africa for pharmaceutical. We are working, of course, we will be very happy also to do this with any partners. B2Bs are very, very, and it is actually, you can see immediately the impact. Like I can remember in Cote d'Ivoire, we've had this B2B on the pharmaceuticals, and many of the Arab and foreign countries, they came actually to that meeting for a few days, but the results were really impressive by seeing real deals are happening. And that's, at the end of the day, this is trade. In addition, of course, we are really, as I said, we are very diversified in the way we support our member countries. We do not have, one product will serve all, or one jacket that fits all, if I may say. We do have trade solutions. That's why we customize our solutions, so that we can really meet the needs of member countries. And this is the beauty of our expertise, the experience that ITFC has over the years, more than 40 years now, since the IDB started its trade unit up to the ITFC. We have experts in all fields that can really come up with solutions. Now, of course, we are working very hard also with the partners to launch, as I said, these new initiatives like the FTS2, which is the Aid for Trade for the Arab states. And I'm sure in that particular initiative, there is a lot to be done in cooperation with our partners, especially from European countries, from Brazil, from America. The first phase was really supported by many countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Sweden, and Egypt. The list is long. So we do have these products, and I'll be very happy also to really cooperate in this particular view with the private sector and with the government sector.
In some time is running, so I've got to go to my next panelist, who's been extremely patient. Mr. Khalid Ahmed Al Marzouqi, thank you very much for your patience, and apologies it's taken us so long to get to you. But I'm actually very interested in what you've got to say, and hopefully you can give us a slightly different perspective to what we've heard so far. You're obviously got enormous experience in terms of the free zones. The UAE is a global player when it comes to logistics. We heard of the importance of ports and logistics in a presentation earlier today. And we know that the UAE ultimately is a great innovator in the Arab world and globally. We've seen its leadership. We've seen its leadership in terms of its COVID response, how it's performed there in terms of acting decisively, and we've seen its leadership in the Arab world in creating what it has done in less than 30 years or 40 years. So true leadership, true vision. So can you tell us ultimately in terms of what you're doing at the Abu Dhabi Khalifa Industrial Zone, and in terms of the opportunity that it presents ultimately in terms of servicing the region, maybe as a re-exporting hub for the rest of the Muslim world, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, that are only a short flight away from the UAE, and also as a agribusiness and food processing hub to service the whole region, so Saudi Arabia and other neighboring countries.
First of all, thank you, Umar, and I would like to say also hi to the distinguished guests. I cannot say I was patient. I was learning from everyone. It was very interesting actually to hear interesting topics actually from the distinguished speakers. Now, if we speak about a hub, which is actually I think very important topic for the Brazilian, because normally now for any expansions for any Brazilian companies, I have been to Brazil through also the support of the Arab Chambers, and we have met some companies there, and we understand that the Brazilian normally they look at the Latin countries first, then they go maybe to US, they go to Canada. Some of them they reach Europe, especially I would say Portuguese, Spain, and those countries. And also they are now, as the speakers highlight, they are also looking for China as a market. Now, our regions here, the region that we are present, the Arab world, and also I would add Africa here, is actually growing in an average that is actually attract all eyes of all international investors. Now, if I speak about little bit numbers, like if we are looking at the Arabian Gulf in terms of the food, it is expected to grow in 3.3%. This is equal to 61 million metric tons of food, and this is by 2023. Now, we have seen that the trends that happen in this part of the world in terms of increasing in populations, growing tourism, you spoke about high per capita income, sustainable economy, all these factors those factors drive further the growth of the food sector in this region. Speaking only about UAE, in UAE, the export market, we are exporting to 130 countries in the world. Actually, in UAE and the GCC is well known to be the oil-based and gas industrial. It's actually surprising to know that the food industry is coming second, actually, after the oil and gas industry. So it's actually quite a big industry in the region. And you are highlighting that we are a hub. Yes, we are a hub connecting the east and the west. Of course, when it comes to the halal, we have spoken about halal. It's very actually important that we become kind of like a bridge to the other countries in the world, including Indonesia and Malaysia. But let me speak about the regions, just for the Brazilian to know that within 4-hour flights from UAE and also from Saudi Arabia, for 4-hour flights from here, you can reach to 3.5 million of populations. And you know what is interesting, that knowing that 50% of the world young population actually from this region. So if you are speaking about today and tomorrow, yes, maybe there is more consumer market here and here, but definitely actually the biggest consumer market actually will come from these regions in the coming years.
Within 4 hours flight, you can reach 3.5 billion people. That's pretty impressive. And we know that Emirates has done a fantastic job in terms of connecting the world. So very quickly, tell me about, in terms of food security. So I know that food security is an important issue for the UAE and for other Arab countries for that matter. But for the UAE, it's been a very important topic, and I think the government of the UAE has been quite outspoken about it, saying, we need to be able to depend on ourselves to produce our foods. So what does that mean from your perspective in terms of the increase in maybe agri-processors operating in the region? Are you seeing a big change and a big emphasis in terms of developing your own food security?
Sure. Just to come back to the point of the 4-hour flights, it's actually important to know that UAE historically known to be either the first or the second or the third largest trade partner with India. That's why many international companies, they call UAE as a destination actually to access to India. Not forgetting that there's 400 million that coming from the Middle East region itself. Now, coming back to your questions, now some people think that that UAE is actually, and the region in general, they mainly rely on import. Yes, it is. It is. I would say mostly they import than they produce. Yes, that's why now when you put a strategy for the food security, you need not to focus on just one model. Anyway, we are focusing on both model. How to improve both in terms of the importing, so the whole supply chain, how the product comes, everything, and being exported to other regions as well, and also the local productions. Now, if we look at again to some numbers which give you a feeling, like one of our colleagues, he speak about Canada, like how was starting from developed from nothing and growth to be our leading. The same thing here happened in UAE also. In UAE, that in 1971 we were only having 4,000 farms. Today we have 35,000 farms in UAE, only covering over 100 hectares. Now, of course, when you speak about food security, the main topic will come the local production. Now, we are promoting the local production, processing. It's being supported by the government, and it's actually going more, as you said, toward the agri-tech industrial. In Kizad, for example, this year, even during the pandemic, during the COVID-19, I remember a few months ago, actually we have witnessed the established and setting up of one of the world leading R&D center of bio, organic, and non-organic, also for fertilizer and agriculture. So it is actually R&D specialized to support the agri-tech industrial. Also, just 2 months ago, we have witnessed actually of establishment with the world first commercial scale indoor tomato farm, which was set up in Kizar. And not to forget also, as one of the sponsor of this event, BRF, with their huge facility in Kizat. It is a world-class modern facility, processing meat, exporting products. So all these example is actually just to demonstrate how the sector developed and grow rapidly in all aspects, not in the meat, not in the, I would say, in halal. It's in the whole aspect and the whole ecosystem of the food.
the closing word. Just in terms of Brazil's competitors when it comes to food production coming into the region, who are the main competitors? Where's the rest of the food coming from in terms of imports? Is it from the east? Is it from Europe? Is it from Africa? Or is Brazil number one?
Actually, this question always I receive it from Brazil. I think they love to be number one. UAE, it's a very open market. Everybody is welcome here, and that's why there is a lot of, you've been to if UAE, they will see over 50, I'm not sure, 50, hundreds of free zones in UAE. In every city, you will see like there are 30 and 40. So if we now, like, if there is no restrictions in terms of the import, export, there is no duty, and you have the will and the developed infrastructure, of course, infrastructure, both soft and hard. Okay, this attract all the international company to come to UAE, and from there going over the market. So UAE become a hub. So when you go to a supermarket in UAE, you will see everything. You will see fruits and desserts, and from Asia, from America regions, from Europe, everywhere. Now, but what I want to say that most nations now during the today, they are focusing, as I mentioned, more on adapting to the supply-based localization, I would say, strategy. So putting more plants here. So the Brazil, they will be in a region with very strong competitions, and this competition will be from, I would say, from the local experts, including India, because India have been for decades here in the regions. And also China, where China wants now to expand rapidly using UAE, going all the way to Africa, of course. So there's a lot of competitions, but it's actually a good advantage for the Brazilian companies actually to be here, because being here, being next to your competitors, understand their market approach will help you not only in the region, even globally. You will understand like what is the trends that happen here, what will work here, what is some of the cases example that haven't been here. Now, saying that, now KIZAT, what we do, we try to help to serve this demand through dedicated food processing, whether you want to do food processing, storage, distributions. So we try to create kind of like pre-built units, what we call. So it will be easy for the Brazilian companies is to just come with the cold storage or with the processing facility, either just to come and immediately start to market their products and start processing. That's why there is a number of large scales anchor food companies established within our food cluster in KIZAT. And this has helped the small, medium companies to be around them and also utilize their strength.
So our time is up, unfortunately. I'm being told that that's it. I need to wrap up. But basically, my take-homes are that we need to work in partnership to develop the right value chains. The partnership between Brazil and the Arab world is very much alive. It's as we've seen, it's a very important market, and the partnership can help both Brazilian companies and the Arab world grow its market share, either as a hub, but also in terms of local production. Science and technology will play a huge part, and partners such as the ITFC, in terms of financing such partnerships, are ideally placed to help grow this relationship. So thank you to all our panelists. Thank you to the minister who's had to leave, to Ricardo Santin, to President of ABPA, to Jasir Costafilio, member of the Executive Committee of the Tereos Group, to Engineer Hani Salim Sonbol, CEO of ITFC, to Dr. Ismahan El Wafi at the FAO, and Mr. Khalid Al Marzouki from the Khalifa Industrial Zone. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day, and we hope to see you soon in person next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. We thank you. This is such a rich panel. And now we go to our CEO talk, a precious conversation among CEOs on the topic of the day. We have the Bayer Group, Mr. Mark Reichert is part of our conversations today. Also with us, the global CEO for JBS, Mr. Gilberto Tomazoni. The CEO of Tradeling, Mr. Mohammed Shbibling from the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Mohammed Shbib. And the head of director of the Arab Brazilian Chamber. She'll be the moderator of the discussion. She's with us on stage. Renata, good. You have the stage. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's open another CEO talk. It's the moment of the Economic Forum Brazil Arab countries, focusing on the exchange of experiences among company leaders. In the CEO talk of today, we're going to have three heavyweights of the corporate world. We're going to have the honor of receiving Mr. Gilberto Tomazoni, global CEO for JBS, one of the largest food companies and the largest protein producer in the world. JBS is a Brazilian company with a global footprint, including in the Arab countries, where they already hold offices. It is also a long-term partner of the Arab Chamber and has been expanding in new areas and products. We will also talk to Mr. Mark Reichert, the president of the Bayer Group of Brazil, a 100-year-old company. One of the trades of the group is in the agribusiness, with the development of projects in food security, digital agriculture, sustainability, and technology. The company works strongly to remain on the forefront of digital transformation for modern and sustainable agriculture. In this CEO talk, we will also talk again with Mr. Mohammed Shbib, the CEO of Tradeling, headquartered in the United Emirates. It's one of the largest trade platforms of the Arab world. Mr. Shbib, it's a great pleasure to have you with us once again, sir. Now I'd like to hand the floor to the CEO of JBS, Mr. Gilberto Tomazoni, for him to make his statements. Mr. Gilberto, if you please. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a huge pleasure being here. I know how important, how relevant this Brazil and Arab countries economic forum is for Brazil, for the Arab countries. It's important for JBS, and it's special to me. Since 1996, I routinely travel throughout the Arab countries, and throughout the over 20 years, I have had the pleasure and the satisfaction of getting to know this fascinating culture and developing great friendships. So it is extremely special being here. Thank you so much for the invitation. JBS, as it's been mentioned in the beginning, is a global company. We are present in 4 continents and 19 countries. We are the top producer of poultry and beef in the world, and second highest producer of sheep in the world. In order to have all that production, we rely on 240,000 employees throughout the world, and our products come to the tables of families in over 190 countries. JBS's mission is to feed the world, make food getting to consumers' tables in a sustainable way. And to that end, food security is key. Actually, quality is part of our mission. So what have we been doing in terms of food security? First, we have invested $1 billion a year for training, for lab expertise, and process expertise. Another is people investment, having people trained to be able to perform something that can actually be improved all the time. So we've hired actually 3 years ago, Alfa Della Manza. Alfa Della Manza was someone who worked 40 years at the FDA, the Food Department for Inspection in the US. Alfie heads a group in each one of the countries. We have an independent structure, independent governance. The quality department does not report to production department. We have 16,000 people dedicated to control and food security in the group. And this group of people, just to give you some idea, we produce basically 15 million chicken a day just in Brazil. So over 4,700. And all the structure is to ensure that the quality of products that are coming to consumer tables will come to our clients with the client's requirements and with the necessary quality. But we don't make quality only in the plant. Of course, it's significantly important, the health issue. We work with animal protein, so animal health is extremely important. To that end, we have significant work. The chicken chain, the poultry chain is integrated. We have veterinarians full-time supporting our producers so that they can use the best techniques to produce poultry. Today, bringing technology, there's a great digitization in the production out in the field. And in the beef bovine production chain, we have a structure for certification of animals, having traceability and health of all animals that come to the plants. Now, regardless of all that, we have invested in ensuring in certifications. So all certifications, we are a great exporter to the Arab countries. We are certified by the certifying bodies for halal food. And we have ISO 9001, British Retail Council, all of the necessary certifications. I always think certification is important, but it's never enough. Another thing, we're talking about this Brazil and Arab countries economic forum. The MENA region, 500 million people. 500 million people. A GDP of $4 billion. It's a relevant market. It's an important market. We already have a significant share in that market. So today, JBS as a whole, we export $13.7 billion a year. Now, the MENA countries represent basically 13% of our exports. And if we look at Brazil, which is the focus today, Brazil exported last year, our businesses, beef, poultry, collagen, and natural case. In the last two, we have full traceability, full assurance. It's all integrated, in-home integrated, which may allow us to have excellent quality product with halal certification. I was actually mentioning, only in Brazil, we exported 1.3 billion. So it is a relevant region, important region, and that is growing. So JBS is prioritizing so far. We have a focus on exports, and we are assessing carefully the development of a platform for production in the region. Moreover, I'd like to extend a bit and expand the discussion we're having on sustainability. The United Nations brings up that in 2050 we will be 10 billion people. So we will have to produce 70% more of protein to feed these people. And we have to produce it sustainably. And to that end, we from JBS have a sustainability policy that are 4 priorities. The integrity, safety, the health of our workers, the animal welfare, and climate change also. So with that in mind, with the concern of climate change, because we know what we do in the next decade will impact significantly the future of coming generations, we have launched a few weeks ago, we developed a plan, everyone for the Amazon region. It is focusing on a blockchain technology that will enable us to expand the monitoring of our entire chain. And that will bring more assurance and more transparency and traceability to the entire process. Besides, we launched a fund for Amazon, trying to recover the forest, developing local communities, and investing in science and technology. We want that fund to reach 1 billion reais. So with that, we might, together with a group of people, with the advisory board, people who know the business in depth, to provide something that will really leave a legacy to the next generations. And I'm saying that because JBS, myself, we truly believe that companies are social entities, and we have to do our share. Therefore, we from JBS want to be a catalyst agent in working so that we will create the conditions so that we can produce the necessary food to feed this increase in population in a sustainable way. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Gilberto, for your clarifying presentation. Now I'd like to call Mr. Mark Reichert, the CEO of Bayer in Brazil. You have the floor, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. All of you. I hope that this event finds you healthy. I thank you for the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for the invitation to participate of this talk. I'd like to congratulate for the accomplishment of this event and the panel on food security. It's an opportunity to share a perspective over one of the greatest challenges of humanity in the coming decades, especially now when the pandemic has brought even more urgently the discussion of ensuring resilient food systems and access to healthy and nutritious food. Not by chance, the United Nations World Food Program got the Nobel for Peace, awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So I have a presentation. If we could have my first slide, please. Thank you. For Bayer, it's extremely important. We were preceded by those from the public and private sector with so many complementary perspectives, focusing on food security and the transformation of food systems in Brazil. In this month that we commemorate the World Food Day, it's a great opportunity to create even stronger conditions for Brazil and the Arab countries to discuss actions that we can do together to ensure a future of sustainability of our planet.
There are major challenges that we need to face, and this needs to happen considering all the stakeholders, considering the ones who are most vulnerable. Okay, let me talk about Bayer for once. Our motto is Science for a Better Life. We want to make sure our businesses are all interconnected. And our business has a lot to do with today's debate. As the largest food company all around the globe, we want to make sure our crop science, pharmaceuticals, and consumer health divisions help consumers be healthier. In the consumer health division, we focus a lot on well-being, personal care, and healthy aging processes. Moving on to the next slide, please. We want health for all and hunger for no one. That is why we are part of private initiatives globally so that we can address the challenges that we face regarding nutrition and food. The Sustainable Development Goals from the UN help us organize our purpose. Talking about food systems in the world means talking about healthy and sustainable initiatives. We want to be part of this open and transparent conversation. And we believe that science plays a pivotal role in that regard. We want to make sure we contribute to the healthy production of food items and agri-technologies. We want to promote access to such technologies, which are science-based. And we want to empower growers and family-based production systems, reducing waste and addressing climate and environmental change, such as forestry protection and biodiversity protection. A few minutes ago, I mentioned how important the SDGs are to Bayer. We have very concrete goals and commitments that should be achieved by 2030, and they are present in all our entrepreneurial activities. We want to innovate with new biotechnologies, crop protection initiatives, genetic protection, and digital ag so that we can produce more using fewer resources. I'm talking about a 30% reduction on greenhouse gas emissions, especially in the regions we serve. For that, we're helping growers use different methodologies to respect the environment. With those initiatives, we want to release CO2 that was sequestered to the soil. With that, there should be a 30% environmental impact in crop protection. We want to achieve this goal by developing new technologies that help growers expand the number of crop protection products they use and therefore reducing the volumes of these products they use. We also want to support more than 100 million small growers in different countries, providing them with more access to products and ag knowledge. We're going to do that by expanding our product and services portfolio and increasing the number of innovative partnerships that will help us expand ag knowledge so they can cater and address their most difficult problems. This transformation demands a new way of thinking of the whole system. We have to consider the ones who are most vulnerable, such as growers. We also have to consider climate change, biodiversity, and soil regeneration. Promoting a low carbon emission type of agriculture and maximizing resources, as well as valuing growers who have best practices in place, is one of the pillars of our strategy. An example of that is the carbon initiative that we launched in Brazil and the US recently. Bayer will reward growers that create carbon credits. We are going to be the first company to develop this transparent approach in a collaborative fashion. This is a science-based approach on carbon sequestration for agriculture. In Brazil, this initiative should be implemented in the 2021 season. We're going to be working with 500 farmers in 14 Brazilian states as we collect new samples. Such initiatives come to show how big a potential innovation has, as well as good entrepreneurial initiatives so that growers can be even more sustainable. These projects will regenerate and preserve ag lands, will increase biodiversity and make sure we have food security in place. Finally, we're fully committed with collaborating with many stakeholders in different industries so that we can come up with new solutions that will indeed change the food system and that will make it a safer system so that they are affordable and have a high level of nutrition, since we're all committed towards environmental preservation. That's it. I wanted to say that innovation, sustainability, and collaboration play a pivotal role in terms of changing our production system and the relationship between Brazil and Arab countries. Innovation is of the essence if we are to resolve these challenges. No single country or company will manage to solve all those problems by themselves. Along with partners, we are going to keep on promoting sustainability in the field, and we'll look for smarter ways to grow our food, protect our system, and new technologies to make them better, nutritionally speaking. At the same time, we want to preserve biodiversity and the population's health. This panel is a great example of that. We are looking for solutions together, keeping an eye on trends and innovation. But we're also aware of consumers' perceptions. The Brazilian sustainable agriculture will play an important role in the global context. Bayer has great initiatives in that regard. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mark. We are now going to hear from Mr. Mohamed Shabib, CEO from TradeLink. The floor is yours, sir. I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you. It seems like your mic is off.
All right. Thanks for having me. And it's been a pleasure to listen to the panel before, to my colleagues here on the panel. Inspiring, they have shed a light on two aspects actually of what security is all about, and really the globality of global aspect of really ensuring the future for our societies. And we see the food sector, how close we are together. When the pandemic hit all around the globe, we all remember how people rushed to supermarkets and bought things, empty shelves in supermarkets in countries that would never have thought an issue like that. Let me maybe give you an introduction about what TradeLink is all about. It's a business trading platform to enable trade into the MENA region and within the MENA region. We've launched out of Dubai about a year ago. We established the company and at the beginning of the pandemic, of the global break, the first industry vertical that we implemented being the food sector, which is it has been a burden actually, because with the lot that happened due to COVID, our initial launch scope was vanished. All food service companies, supermarkets were difficult to access. People home, but what it showed us is that as a marketplace enabling trade, which is our mission, we play a pivotal role in securing really availability to different players in the market. And we look at businesses, right? We look at SMEs that felt that all of a sudden didn't have a supply chain anymore. We looked at trading partners that were not able to meet any able to negotiate prices. They needed to resort to tools that are ineffective fax machines, which I hadn't seen in years. What we've made sure is that there is availability of product markets that has been locked out of the rest of the world. So we enabled a supply chain, bringing UE that we have had as our initial market, and building supply chain solutions now and availability of product with various suppliers. I think we now have supply in the food sector from more than 30 countries, close to 30 countries at least, enabling actually between partners that didn't know each other. Now, when you have a supply chain that has been reliable conditions, and all of a sudden you realize that you are in need of alternatives. And looking for alternative supply and alternative supply chain solutions while being in lockdown is a really difficult task, especially when you due to cost issues, you have to lay off people, you don't have the manpower, work on the solutions that are required by the market. A marketplace solution is, I will use the words of one of my predecessors, a catalyst agent. So what catalyst agents for producers, we see ourselves as catalysts for availability in the market, traders in the market, as well as manufacturers that want to get access in the market. We enable access to a market of 500 million people and more than that. And I think this has been a tremendous experience to see that people were resorting to us, although we were a new marketplace by that time with merely 30 people working in it, and most of them technology people, but we had the food industry as well. People resorting to us, asking us to help out in finding supply in the food sector, as well as in basic supplies for households. And to provide supply from all around the globe. We were able to supply chains in a digital way. And I think it shows us what responsibility we have, a responsibility to connect people that have not been connected in a way that is fast, in a way that is reliable. And I think this reliable aspect is important, right? When we think security, we think of solutions that bring relief to restaurants, and they're both businesses that need to meet each other. We are in a position as a marketplace, we can enable entire chain and to the business in no time, basically, and with solutions that are needed. And everyone nowadays is under a cash constraint, for example. And what we have been working on, and this is the flexibility tech company, what we have been working on immediately after we've seen this issue is, for example, financing solutions. The small producers, the small retailers, the small distributors and traders and the SMEs, customers in the food, they all were asking us the same question. Question number one is where to get supply from. Question number two is how do you enable later payments? How do you enable payment terms? No one gives me payment terms. Banks don't provide credit lines anymore, and suppliers don't trust the international customers, first-time customers. So I'm unable to get financing. So we created solutions to support this financing. We created solutions to finance.
Retomamos aqui por conta de restabelecimento de sinal, mas a gente gostaria.
We are going to get back to Mr. Mohammed Chalbib soon enough. We think many of the issues that were mentioned are crucial for food safety debates. So I'd like to address the global CEO of JBS, Mr. Gilberto Tomazoni. You mentioned different possibilities on how we can make sure we can address food security issues by 2020, when the world's population will be 10 billion people. How can we do that in a sustainable way? What is your take on that? Brazil has a great potential in terms of food production. We've got 2 seasons per year. Our industry is modern. I'm talking about the poultry and the beef industry. We've got best practices in place. We also have sustainable practices in place. The global movement on climate change is very important. As I mentioned before, an important step was taken so that we could involve all stakeholders. We realized we couldn't do it by ourselves. We need to join forces. We need to work alongside society as a whole so that we can grow more food, produce more food, and at the same time deal with climate change the way we should. This is an urgent matter. So the Green Fund, launched by us, has the goal of collecting 1 billion real, and this fund will be used on forestry recovery projects, as well as science and technology efforts. We believe this fund will pave the way so that, along with other initiatives, help create the infrastructure we need so that we keep on being one of the largest world's food producer. But we need to keep an eye in sustainability. If not, we're going to be looking at the short term only, and we want to look at the long run. I think Brazil is a perfect fit with Arab countries, considering the interdependence that we have in the food industry. That's great. Partnerships are important. And it's important that we find solutions for these new challenges. Well, we are back. Now, we're going to go back to the CEO of TradeLink, Mr. Mohamed Chabib. Can you please conclude your thoughts?
Yes, apologies. I just heard that the line was bad. Let me summarize maybe in a few minutes what I had said before. So we as a marketplace catering to business customers in the region have focused on food and beverage as one of the key sectors because we believe this is essential at the moment for the region and beyond. We are a catalyst basically for companies and producers, traders from outside the region as well as from within the region to the region, ensuring a supply chain that is reliable by the use of technology. So we enable interaction and negotiations between suppliers and buyers. We enable tools to support financing solutions because a lot of the SMEs are at the moment in cash constraints and require help. And the third thing that we will enable, and that's something we work for in the future, is with the logistics marketplace, a smart logistics marketplace that we have launched, we will enable blockchain-based solutions to ensure really a seamless integration between the manufacturing sites, the logistics providers, as well as the customer that buys from our marketplace for all documentation that food safety as well as food security is ensured. Bringing also local food producers, giving them access to customers in the marketplace. Let's say if you have providers that produce in the UAE now, smart providers, food tech providers, agri-tech providers get access to the rest of the world.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Mohamed, pela sua fala. Gostaria de saber se...
Comments. Mr. Mark, do you have anything to add to that? Mr. Mark, can you hear us? Any comments on that?
Da minha parte.
Yeah, sure. These were very interesting comments. from my experience in Brazil, what I can tell you is that Brazilian growers are fast in terms of adopting new technologies and in terms of innovating. That is because we have great technologies in the country. When I mentioned our carbon footprint initiative, we managed to contact 500 growers very fast, and they accepted to be part of this initiative. And that shows how concerned and how engaged they are with this debate on sustainability. That is very important to take into account. So as far as I can see, Arab countries can find great partners in Brazil in the agriculture sector, as ministered by the Minister Teresa Cristina. Great. Thank you very much, the three of you. This was a great panel. So this was another CEO talk at the Brazilian Arab Countries Economic Forum. On behalf of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, thank you everyone. Renata, I hand it over to you. Thank you very much, Claudia, for mediating this talk. This was a very useful conversation. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And now we're going to start the Arab Chambers debate. So let us introduce our panelists. Board member of the General Chamber Unions, Mr. Sarah El Ghazar from Egypt.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Secretary General of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Khazar Hissaljin, Arab Belgium Chamber of Commerce, pardon me. The moderator will be the director of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mohamed Abdoni Neto. He'll be moderating this panel. Hello, good afternoon. Hope you can hear me okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank you everyone for being here. I would like to thank the panelists too. This is going to be such an important conversation because we're going to talk about food security. Food security is an important topic, and this debate was created in the 70s. Back in the day, the goal was to make sure we had food availability all around the country. We wanted people to have access to food from an economic, social perspectives. We wanted to make sure we had enough food that was safe, that would cater to the nutritional needs of a healthy life. I would like to hand the floor over to Ms. Sarah El Ghazar, member of the board of the Union of Chambers. She's going to be talking about food safety. Please, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you for starting this. It's my pleasure being here with you today. First, I would like to congratulate you for such successful event. It's fine due to a pandemic problem, but it's a very rich event in terms of speakers, agenda, topics, and even the platform and the technology. So congratulations. When we talk about the Arab countries' current situation concerning food security and food sustainability, we can tell that we have around million people undernourished in Arab countries, and according to Corona impact, around additional 8 million people will be in poverty, and this will result to additional 2 million people undernourished. In addition to this, we currently face instability of food supply in Arab countries and the fluctuation in prices due to the high dependence of Arab countries on imported products and commodities. Also, when we talk about food supply chain efficiency in Arab countries, we can tell that we have inefficient supply chain and food supply chain management in the majority of Arab countries, with waste around 30% of the total food supply chain, which is around $60 billion. So according to such situation and the different issues I just highlighted, we can tell that food security and food supply chain management is currently a top priority and one of the most important topics that we should consider in the coming few years. The Union of Arab Chambers and the different Arab chambers under its umbrella have many initiatives to support the food supply chain in Arab countries. And actually these initiatives started 2 years ago while accelerated after Corona impact. I will talk about two main initiatives here. The first one related to small and medium enterprises support program in collaboration with UNIDO. This program provides capacity building, technical support, access to finance to small and medium enterprises in Arab countries, and the innovation in food and food security. Another initiative also we have related to food and food security is a digitization initiative in collaboration with the Union of Arab Banks in order to accelerate the awareness of digital transactions and trade and digital economy. And currently we work on building a platform to create the matchmaking between supply and demand and the availability of databases to facilitate the trade pattern. Definitely, Arab foreign joint chambers have a great role in such projects in different foreign countries that have relation with Arab countries in different ways, like arranging matchmaking programs, acceleration programs, and incubation also programs. So many initiatives have been done in such area. But when we talk specifically about the collaboration between Brazil and Arab countries and the initiatives done by the Union of Arab Chambers in collaboration with the Arab Brazilian Chamber, we can mention here three main channels we work on currently. The first channel is related to the Arab Brazilian Chamber Lab, which provides programs for small and medium enterprises that work on product supply chain between Arab countries and Brazil. This is under the umbrella of Small and Medium Enterprises Initiative taken by Union of Arab Chamber. Also, we can highlight the Halal program and its based technology on blockchain in order to provide all halal food exported from Brazil to Arab countries, and this is to facilitate the accessibility to halal food, which is one of the important food supply chain channels to Arab countries. And the most important program here we would like to focus on is the logistics integration between Arab countries and Brazil to guarantee the sustainability of food supply chain and food security. Currently, we have a detailed study with Arab Brazilian Chamber under the umbrella of Arab League and Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport to identify some strategic locations in some ports in Arab countries to act as logistics hubs. For example, in Morocco, as a first exporter of phosphate, which is the main component in fertilizers used in agriculture countries, and definitely Brazil. Another example could be Egypt, where you can find the gate for Brazil to Africa, and Sharjah in Emirates as gate to Gulf area and Far East. Also creating free zones in some strategic ports in Arab countries to facilitate the trade between both sides and the product flow. In addition to gaining the experience and best practice from Brazilian sides in digitization of ports in order to share database between Arab ports and Brazilian ports. This will support the trade exchange. Particularly, this might lead to the first Arab commodity exchange with Brazil. So all these initiatives mainly focus on contributing to the sustainability of food supply chain to Arab countries in collaboration with different partners, and one of the top is our Brazilian partners under the umbrella of Arab Brazilian Chambers. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah. I will hand the floor over now to the Secretary General of the Arab Belgium Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Kaysar Hijazi. He's also going to touch on food security and logistics. Thank you. Your mic is off, sir.
Your microphone, Dr. Kaysar.
Okay, good afternoon. You hear me, سامعيني؟ ها؟ First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Chairman of the Chamber, Mr. Robins Hanoun, Secretary General, Mr. Tamer, and all the team of the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce for this wonderful forum organized, and it's my pleasure and honor to join this forum. I will speak in Arabic if you don't mind, and I have a presentation, PowerPoint presentation, some slides showing the perspective of agriculture in view from the European view. شكرا جزيلا مجددا على هذه الدعوة.
The coronavirus pandemic did not allow us to go to Brazil, but hopefully we can be there next time. It will be our pleasure to visit the country. And I believe that is why this event is being organized virtually. But from what I can see, it's been great. We can have online meetings, but we can't provide food virtually, right? Food security is the foundation of our society. We need to make sure we provide food to other countries. It's also important to think about storage time. Kuwait is the second greatest country in the Arab world to have the best storage capabilities. This is important so that we can make sure we have financial resources to make these storages work well. Imports are also important to take into account. Imports help us make sure we provide our society with food. The coronavirus pandemic made different countries think of special initiatives. Pharma products were even more important. Some of them couldn't reach other countries in the Arab world. The European Union was very important considering this debate. The EU cereal production reached 295 million tons of grains. That was a 5% decrease as compared to last year due to drought conditions. But it still accounts for 11.5% of the global production. Agriculture contributed 1.1% to the European Union's GDP in 2018. That is worth $181.7 billion. Or euros, rather. He corrects himself. This production caters to billions of people. Egg production in Middle East accounts for 10% of this number. And these figures are quite clear. The agriculture industry is very important to the European Union. It represents 8% of the total international trade volume. And Europe has important relationships with Arab countries. Here I'm just mentioning some figures from the agriculture industry. European imports were worth $18 billion. On this slide, we see the yield in different countries. And you can see the relationship between the yield and the average rainfall. You see that the UAE ranks first. And that is because of modern technologies that are being used. These are some research trials. The blue line shows you the average rainfall levels, and they are deeply connected with the yields. Here we see the yield. And we see that the UAE and Oman rank first and second. This is nothing if we compare to Belgium. (9,000 kilograms per hectare is the yield that we have achieved. Many other elements factor into the ag production in these countries, but I will not deep dive into the details. And this is intrinsically connected with soil features. What was mentioned by Mr. Hanafi was very important. We have to think of a strategy in Arab countries regarding imports and exports. That becomes even more relevant if we consider ag production. A very important policy was established in 1962, before the IMF was created. And that shows how important these markets are to the European Union. We want to make sure we increase our GDP and that these ag products are exported, just like mentioned by Dr. Sarah Al-Ghosar. We also want to make sure we have competitive prices to end consumers. We want to make sure that consumers or growers are not impacted. So the Arab Brazilian and the Arab Belgium Chamber of Commerce play a pivotal role in that regard. We want to connect different counterparts so that we can make use of the best technologies. We now have to consider a sustainable type of agriculture. That is very important. That is how we can preserve the environment and reduce carbon emissions. That is how we can make sure the soil is preserved, and that is how we can make sure we can save water and prevent droughts, as was mentioned before. The main objective here is to make sure that citizens and the population is healthy. And we believe it's worth to do that. Here we see some innovative products. As you know, in the Netherlands, we've got large bodies of water. So we're thinking of floating farms as an initiative. And we can plant in different levels. In the UAE, we're thinking of advanced technologies. We're even coming up with artificial soil for agriculture. The organic market is on the rise. And there is a great opportunity for Arab countries in that regard. On the slide, you see some figures that show what Europeans think about organic food. These products protect the environment. They don't use chemicals during the process. And animals are also thought of thoroughly. Consumers' health comes first when it comes to egg production in the organic market. Finally, as I said before, there are many opportunities on the table. We see some promising opportunities. The European Union is considered to be a promising market. The EU is the second largest consumer of organic food in the world, with 34.3 billion euros retail sales in 2017. And more than 3.3 million tons of organic agri-food products were imported in 2018. There's a high level of diversification, and we're ready to help in that regard. Once again, I would like to voice my thanks to the president of the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. And I also want to thank the Arab League representative. Thank you, everyone. I hope we can see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser Hijazi. I will now hand the floor over to Mr. Tamer, our Secretary General. It's going to tell us a bit about the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce take on food security. Mr. Mansour, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohamed Abdouni. We always work hand in hand on halal projects and food security projects. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah L. Ghazar, who's a dean at the Logistics and Transportation University in Alexandria, Egypt. And she's also a member of the board of the General Union of Chambers. I also thank Mr. Kaiser Hijasi. I miss you so much, my dear friend. He taught us so much. It was a very interesting talk regarding food security and logistics between the EU and Arab countries. I would like to mention the role the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce plays, but everything that we've been talking about over the past few days had to do with our day-to-day activities in the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. And from the very beginning, right after the pandemic hit, we started organizing webinars. The very first one was organized along with the Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Teresa Cristina, and after we had a specific webinar on logistics and transportation, because we immediately realized how important this topic was for Brazil and Arab countries. At the same time, I would like to mention that one of the things that we have done over the past 2 years at the Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce was a food security study along with the Federal University of Piracicaba. We did many studies, and we're working hand in hand with the Ministry of Agriculture and other government institutions so that we can carry out this research over the next 2 years. However, the pandemic has taught us so much, and I would like to address those things. We actually mentioned that in the past meeting 40 days ago. What we need to consider when it comes to food security is that no country operates alone. We always need to come up with strategic partnerships, and we have to understand that the Arab countries will not only purchase our products. Arab countries are changing on a daily basis, and they're helping us build strategic partnerships so that they may also produce and add value to Brazilian products that can later be exported again to other countries around them, such as the Asian region, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Islamic world, and Africa. All the chambers work within the Union of Arab Chambers, and we have 3 main committees. The first one is very important. We have to think of how we can add value to food security. There are many different opportunities in different countries. Brazil is not the greatest potato producer. Belgium is. We're the greatest halal food exporter, but the EU is not. You see, we have to work together so we can strengthen our work in the Union of Arab Chambers. And why not come up with strategic partnerships among 3 or 4 countries, maybe? The president of Embrapa showed us that we have technologies, and he showed how important technologies are to ensure food security. Why can't we come up with such partnerships between European technologies, Brazilian technologies, Arab workforce, and, partnerships in Sudan and many other countries? So we have to consider that. The second committee that is led by Dr. Sarah is the Logistics and Transportation Committee. From Europe, we can reach Arab countries in 4 or 5 days, but from Brazil, a ship will take 30 to 40 days to reach Arab countries. So we have to engage companies who are willing to invest in maritime lines between Brazil and Arab countries. We want to make sure we attract investors along with Arab and Brazilian investors. As I said in the previous meeting in Europe, in the Arab-Greek Chamber of Commerce, they mentioned that Greek is a great reference in terms of shipbuilding and containers. That needs to be considered. the Arab chambers can work jointly along with the Union of Arab Chambers and the logistics department at the Arab League so that we can seize these opportunities, not only to create direct maritime lines, but also to attract more investors. The hubs are important, but if we don't have direct maritime lines, these hubs will not be properly used. As mentioned by Dr. El Ghazar, there's a partnership between Morocco and Brazil on fertilizers. The partnership between Egypt and Africa was also mentioned. And a hub for halal products. And of course, the Gulf, led by Abu Dhabi and the Emirates, such as Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. All that shows how important it is to work together. We want to make sure we highlight these opportunities. And the chambers of commerce are here to help you. Of course, we're also always thinking of a win-win situation. Added value can come from Belgium, Brazil, or Alexandria. We have to keep an open mind so we focus on long-term partnerships. And finally, the pandemic helped us with digitization and technological processes. The Arab-Brazilian Chamber of Commerce has recently launched a lab where Brazilian, South American, and Arab startup companies can work. So we're working as a facilitator. And I believe this program could be a shared program. We should think of new experiences for AgTech, which is something that is great in Brazil. But we could also think of US or European chambers of commerce to work together and reach greater potential. And finally, yesterday and today, we've been talking about blockchain technologies. Blockchain is all about a chain, right? It's all about working together. So we can start in Brazil, but we could work jointly with the other 14 chambers and the Arab Chamber federations in Arab countries to work on blockchain technologies. We believe we can become a benchmark. This is an Arab dream we have. We have always wanted to change the Arab world and to have one single currency, to be one single commercial group of countries. I think blockchain is here to stay. We are bringing together partners in Brazil, and after that, we can surely share this initiative with partners all around the world. That's it, Mr. Abdoni. That's what we've been doing in Brazil. And working together will be pivotal. I want to thank the Arab League and the Union of Arab Chambers in this current work with us. Thank you for being part of this panel. Thank you very much. In conclusion, thank you very much, Dr. Sarah El Ghazar. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser Hijazi. This was a pleasure and an honor. It was a very useful conversation. I think we'll be able to find solutions together. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. Thank you, Mr. Mansour. This has been very interesting. We've learned so much, especially in terms of the direct maritime lines and the Union of Arab Chambers. Great, thank you. I want to thank all our participants. We also want to thank our sponsors who made this possible. Thank you to BRF, Fambras Halal, JBS, Kaizad, Neom Trade, Qualita Group, and TradeLink. Thank you. With that, we hereby conclude our session. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. And tomorrow, we're going to be talking about environmental, social, and governance, and their relevance in the current context. Make sure to take a look at our virtual trade show and visit the booths of our sponsors. They will be welcoming you up until 6 p.m. Brazilian time. Make sure to talk to these companies and discover new ways to establish trade and institutional relationships among countries. Thank you so very much for your audience. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.